Welcome to Sleepy Whisper. If you're here, it means you're ready to rest. So before we begin, please lower the volume just a little, lie down, let your body sink into the mattress, and close your eyes gently. No need to stay alert. There's nothing you need to remember. No tests, no loud noises, just a slow story, softly told to guide you into sleep. Tonight's journey takes us into a quiet corner of the past, a tale with no drama, no battles, only the slow, steady evolution of medieval siege weapons. Let's begin with the earliest machines and drift together back in time. In the early days of warfare, before the thunder of cannons and the steel clatter of modern machines, there were wooden beams, hemp ropes, and stones shaped by hand. The world was quieter then and slower. When a castle stood in defiance, perched upon a rocky hill, its towers rising solemnly against the gray sky, it was not taken by a quick strike or a sudden charge. It was surrounded, blocked, pressured, and patiently dismantled. This was siege warfare, and in the heart of the slow battle of endurance were the siege weapons. The earliest tools of siege were simple: logs cut from nearby forests, sharpened to points, and carried toward the walls as battering rams. They were sometimes little more than large tree trunks, swung by groups of men, protected by makeshift wooden covers called tortoises or seaux. These shelters were often covered in damp hides to guard against flaming arrows, but the effort was slow and tiring. It could take hours, sometimes days, to make a single crack in a gate, and even then, defenders would pour boiling water, throw rocks, or fire arrows from above. Every blow was met with resistance. Later came the siege tower, a wooden structure, tall and square, with multiple levels inside. Soldiers climbed its ladders, hidden from view, and when the tower reached the wall, a bridge would drop. The attackers would storm across, hoping to take the battlements by surprise. But the towers were clumsy, heavy, and hard to move. They required flat land, many hands, and endless patience. Their wheels would often sink in mud, or snap beneath their own weight. Still, they were built again and again, because they worked, eventually. Then came the mangonel, a curious machine with a long wooden arm held in tension by twisted ropes or sinew. A single large stone, placed in a sling at one end, would be hurled toward the wall when the arm was released. The mangonel did not aim precisely. It was a creature of chaos. Stones landed where they wished, on wall, on roof, or among the unlucky below. But even chaos, repeated long enough, has an effect. Cracks spread, morale weakened, and dust settled over everything. More refined was the counterweight trebuchet, a marvel of balance and leverage. Unlike the mangonel, which used twisted ropes, the trebuchet relied on weight and gravity. A large counterweight, sometimes filled with rocks, sometimes with lead, would drop suddenly, causing the throwing arm to swing upward. At the other end, a sling held the projectile. As the arm rose, the sling would open, and the missile would fly. Not just stones, but fire pots, dead animals, even diseased corpses, used to spread fear and plague. The trebuchet could hurl objects hundreds of feet with eerie silence. It was graceful, deliberate, and terribly effective. But like all things in history, these machines did not appear overnight. They evolved, one plank at a time, across centuries. Influences traveled along trade routes, and ideas were carried home by crusaders and merchants. The Romans, the Byzantines, the Chinese, all had their own versions. And each time a new idea arrived, it was reshaped by the land, the tools, and the needs of the people who used it. In medieval Europe, the siege became a season. Wars were not fought in winter. In the snow and cold, armies retreated. But when the ground softened in spring, construction began. Wood was harvested. Stones were gathered. Engineers drew plans in dirt with sticks. And slowly, piece by piece, the siege weapons rose. Their presence announced not just war, but waiting. A long, deliberate pressure on the mind of those inside the castle. Imagine now, the sound of wooden beams being hoisted, the slow creak of a rope drawn tight, the muffled thud of a stone landing in the grass, missing its mark again. The rhythm of siege was not the rhythm of battle. It was slower, heavier, like the ticking of a giant wooden clock. And while the weapons grew in size and strength, so too did the defenses. Walls became thicker, towers were rounded to better deflect blows, moats were dug, drawbridges raised, and the battle continued, wall against wood, stone against stone, a silent conversation across time. As you lie here now, breathing slowly, your body sinking deeper into rest. Imagine that quiet field, the grass trampled by boots, the birds returning after the shouts have faded, the trebuchet still standing, like a skeleton of old ambition, its arms still, its ropes hanging loose. The war is over, the stones have fallen, and the castle stands in silence. Sleep now, as the siege fades into the mist of history. As castles grew taller, so too did the imagination of those who wished to tear them down. In the quiet competition between builder and breaker, the walls spoke first. They became broader, more sloped, lined with stone that could absorb a blow and still remain standing. But soon after, the engineers would answer. They would kneel in the mud, sketch new designs, and whisper strange names like ballista, onager, and trebuchet, names that, in their time, stirred both fear and fascination. The ballista was one of the more precise creations. Sometimes called a giant crossbow, it used torsion power, tight coils of twisted rope or sinew, to launch long bolts or spears. Unlike the wild arc of a trebuchet's stone, the ballista could aim. It could target the narrow slit of an arrow loop, or strike a guard walking the parapet. It hummed before release, the twisted ropes trembling, then snapped like a whip, sending its bolt in a straight line, silent and swift. It was not always about destruction. Sometimes it was about sending a message. And the message was clear. But more often, siege was not about cleverness. It was about waiting, digging, undermining. A tactic less known to those who imagine medieval sieges as machines and missiles is the simple, slow art of tunneling. Men would dig under the foundation of a castle wall, propping it up with wooden beams. Once the tunnel was complete, they would set the beams on fire and wait. When the wood gave way, the ground would collapse, and with it, the wall above. It was not loud, not heroic, but it was effective. And so, beneath the sound of birds and wind, the earth moved, slowly. To stop this, defenders developed countermining. They listened for the sound of digging. They placed bowls of water on stone floors to watch for ripples. When they heard something strange, they dug their own tunnels, hoping to intercept the attackers underground. In those dim, airless passages, fights broke out, not with bows or swords, but with picks and fists and fear. Imagine the darkness, the silence, then the sound of rock cracking. That was siege, beneath your feet. Over time, those who defended grew as inventive as those who attacked. Machicolations, stone overhangs at the top of walls, allowed defenders to drop boiling liquid straight down on anyone foolish enough to approach. Arrow slits were made thinner, narrower, angled so one could shoot out, but not be struck from below. Gatehouses became traps, with hidden murder holes in the ceiling. The goal was not just to stop, but to punish anyone who dared approach. And then came the trebuchet again, not just one, but many. In great sieges, like those of the Crusades or the 100 Years' War, it was not uncommon to see fields filled with wooden machines, each one aimed, each one waiting. Some were given names. Bad Neighbor, the Wolf, God's Hand. They became characters in the drama, slow, silent, and inevitable. In 1304, during the siege of Stirling Castle in Scotland, King Edward I ordered the construction of a massive trebuchet. It was called the Warwolf. It took months to build. Towering above the men who assembled it, the Warwolf was not just a weapon, it was a message. Before it was even fired, the defenders inside the castle surrendered, but Edward made them stay. He wanted to see the machine in action, and so, the Warwolf hurled its stones, the walls cracked, and history recorded its quiet violence. Siege weapons were not just machines, they were symbols of patience, of planning, of the strange slow rhythm of medieval war. There were no engines roaring or metal clashing, only wood and rope, and the hands of men pulling in unison. Everything moved in time. Between the chaos of battles, there were these quiet months of siege, soldiers cooking over small fires, children inside the castle drawing pictures in the dust, a priest kneeling in a corner, praying softly, and in the distance, the creak of timber, the click of gears, the slow winch being turned, again and again, as the next stone was lifted into place. These weapons were not just tools of destruction, they were also instruments of waiting, of pressure, of testing the will of those behind the walls. Sometimes the weapons never fired. Their presence alone was enough. Now, as you rest, you might imagine the gentle creaking of a siege tower rolling slowly across the grass, its wheels groaning, its frame shuddering under weight, or the slow swing of a trebuchet's arm, tracing a perfect arc through the sky, before dropping into silence. There is no hurry here, no sudden noise, just time, stretched long and quiet. And somewhere, perhaps, the sun sets behind a hill, casting long shadows over the field. The siege engines are still, the wind blows through empty ropes, and sleep begins to settle over the earth. Rest now, the siege Moab will wait until morning. Imagine now the space between battles, the long hours when nothing seemed to move, yet everything was slowly changing. A siege was not a constant clash of steel and screams. It was a waiting game. Day after day, the men in the camps outside the castle walls would rise with the sun, their boots damp with morning dew, their backs stiff from another night sleeping on the ground. They would stretch, eat bread gone hard, drink water warmed by the sun, and then they would begin again. They would walk to the machines, the trebuchets, the mangonels, the ballistae, each one sitting still in the grass like tired giants. The ropes would be checked, the joints re-oiled, the counterweights adjusted. Sometimes they would load a stone and fire, just one, just to remind the defenders inside that the siege had not been forgotten. But most of the time, they simply waited. The wind would carry the sound of birds, a horse would neigh in the distance, and the walls would stand. Inside the castle, life was slower still. The air was dry, touched with the faint scent of smoke and stone. People whispered more often than they spoke. Wood creaked beneath their feet. Children asked questions, and parents hushed them gently. Food was rationed. Fires were carefully watched. Hope, like the grain, was measured out one day at a time. And always, always, someone kept watch. Eyes on the horizon, waiting for relief or surrender. The power of siege weapons was not only in what they destroyed, it was in what they represented. A trebuchet was not just a machine. It was a silent threat. Its wooden frame standing tall and patient, its sling hanging empty, like a warning. The defenders would glance at it often. They would wonder if today would be the day the stone flew again. And even when it didn't, they still felt it. Some sieges lasted months, others stretched into years. The siege of Kenilworth Castle in 1266 lasted 6 months. The defenders endured constant pressure, stones, arrows, starvation, and yet they held on. But each passing day chipped away at their strength. Not just the walls, but the people. Because a siege was not only a test of weapons, it was a test of the mind. And as time moved forward, so did the machines. Engineers became bolder. Siege engines were built in parts and assembled on site. Some designs included giant shields on wheels, called mantlets, pushed forward by hand to cover troops. There were even attempts at primitive cannons. Though these early gunpowder weapons were unreliable, smoky, and often more dangerous to their users than to their targets. But their presence signaled something new. A change in the wind. Gunpowder, black powder, the mixture of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. It arrived slowly in Europe, carried across the continents through trade and war, first as a curiosity, then as a weapon. By the late Middle Ages, cannons began to appear more frequently in sieges. They were heavy, they were loud, they took time to reload. But when they fired, the walls trembled in ways no stone ever had. Unlike the silent grace of the trebuchet, cannons were chaos. They boomed with smoke and fire. They cracked stone not with patience, but with fury, and soon castles began to change. Round towers gave way to low, thick walls, sloped earthworks, bastions, fortresses that could withstand not just wood and rope, but fire and iron. And slowly, siege warfare shifted. The old machines were not forgotten, but they were used less. The trebuchet, with all its balance and beauty, became a relic, a memory. It had served its time. It had taught its lessons, but war had moved on. Still, in those quiet moments between battles, there remained something ancient. A rhythm, a breath. The sound of a stone being lifted into a sling. The creak of timber under strain. The pause before release. That moment when time seemed to stop, just for a heartbeat, before the stone took flight. As you lie here now, safe in the dark, your breathing slow and steady, let yourself picture a distant field, the grass waving gently, a wooden siege tower standing tall, its frame weathered by wind. No one moves, no one speaks. The battle has passed, but the memory remains. It is quiet, the kind of quiet that only comes after waiting, after tension, after time has had its way. The siege is over, but the story continues. Let your mind rest now. Let the war machines fade into the fog, and allow your body to sink deeper into the softness beneath you. There is nothing more to do. No more ropes to pull, no more stones to lift. Only rest, only sleep. Before there was a siege, there was always a plan. And behind that plan, there were always people. Not kings, not generals, not warriors shouting across a battlefield, but men with sawdust in their hair, with ink-stained fingers and dirt beneath their nails. Men who measured twice before cutting, who stood under the sun, arms crossed, staring at timber and thinking, how will this hold? How far can it throw? How much strain can this rope bear? They were not often named in stories, but nothing rose without them. A siege engine was never conjured by magic. It was built, slowly, piece by piece. Timber was cut from nearby forests, ash for flexibility, oak for strength. Each beam was shaped with care, shaved, planed, sanded smooth, not for beauty, but for precision. The ropes, so often overlooked, were carefully made from twisted hemp, wound tight in long hours of labor. Thick, coarse, and strong, a single strand might carry the strain of several men pulling. When wrapped together in coils, they became springs, or arms, or tension traps. These were not ropes you'd tie to a cart. These were the sinews of giants. Metal, too, played its part. Iron fittings were forged in smoky workshops, not ornate, just solid. Blacksmiths hammered in rhythm, ping, 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 like a heartbeat. Nails were shaped. Pins were driven through wood to hold joints firm. Every bolt mattered. One flaw, one weak spot, and the entire machine could fail. Even the stones, used as ammunition, were chosen with care. They were not always random. Some were carved smooth. Others were shaped into spheres. Their weight had to be calculated. Too heavy, and the arm might break. Too light, and the shot would fall short. A perfect balance had to be found. Again, and all of it took time. Days turned into weeks. A siege weapon was not fast. It did not arrive finished. It grew, like a tree from the earth, slowly, deliberately, and every piece that was added brought its own creak, its own strain, its own voice to the chorus of the machine. When the moment came to fire, whether it was a trebuchet or a mangonel, everyone stepped back. The ropes would tighten, the arm would rise, and then, with a single pull of a lever, the silence would break. But only for a moment. Then the machine would sigh, and the sky would carry the stone. The engineers would watch, calm, unblinking. They knew the sound of a shot well thrown, and they knew when it needed adjustment. These were not men of drama. They were men of angles, of wind and weight, of time. Some left behind notebooks, quiet pages filled with diagrams, circles, levers, notes scribbled in the margins. Add tension here, adjust the frame, try wet rope next time. They were thinkers, and yet they worked in mud. They got blisters, they bled, because even the most elegant design had to be pulled into the dirt and made real. Sometimes machines failed. A rope snapped, a frame cracked, an arm pushed too far would splinter mid-throw. When this happened, no one shouted. There was no panic. The engineers would walk over, kneel, examine the break, and begin again. Because siegecraft, like sleep, was about repetition, not force, patience, persistence, understanding. Each weapon built was a kind of quiet monument, not just to war, but to work, to those who could imagine weight and make it fly, to those who could measure silence and turn it into pressure. Now, as you listen, perhaps you hear the gentle rustle of leaves above a forest path, the sound of an axe striking wood once, then again. In the distance, a wheel creaks, not in urgency, but in rhythm, a rhythm as old as stone. These machines no longer roll across fields, but their memory does. And like the sleepers who once rested beside them, under stars, near firelight, they ask for nothing more than stillness. So let yourself drift now, back into the calm of unhurried hands, of steady breath, of measured steps. The siege weapon is not just a machine. It is a story told in wood and rope, And tonight, that story has found its way into your dreams. Sleep deeply. The engineers have finished their work, and the night is long and quiet. As the Middle Ages drew onward and the rhythms of life continued to hum in castles and fields, the siege engines, once so central to warfare, began to lose their place. Not suddenly, not with fanfare, but gradually, like a tool slowly set aside in favor of something newer, louder, and less patient. The sound of creaking wood gave way to the roar of cannon fire. The steady thump of a trebuchet's counterweight was replaced by the flash and smoke of gunpowder. And still, for a while longer, both existed together. The engineers who had once measured ropes and counterweights now stood beside those who poured powder into cold barrels of iron. They watched, they took notes, and in time they adjusted. Because in every age, the builders continue, always observing, always adapting. Even as castles began to change shape, not tall and proud, but squat and strong, built not to rise above, but to withstand the blast of a cannonball. And those within these walls learned to measure time differently, no longer in the number of days it took to move a siege tower into place, but in the brief pause between the lighting of a fuse and the thunderous shudder that followed. Warfare was no longer patient, but even as these changes unfolded, the memory of the old machines remained. Some of them stood for years after their final use, rotting quietly in forgotten fields. Their ropes turned brittle, their beams darkened by rain and sun, moss growing along their bases, birds nesting in their frames. Children who wandered past them years later would not always know what they had been, only that they were large, and still, and strangely peaceful, and if one listened closely, perhaps they could still hear the wind brushing past the frame, the faint echo of tension long since released. These machines, once so carefully built, became something else entirely, not tools of war, but monuments to the way things were, gentle reminders of a slower kind of struggle, where victory came not in a moment of fury, but in days and nights of effort, persistence, and thought. Today you might find their likeness only in books, in museums, or drawn carefully on yellowed parchment behind glass. Engineers study them still, not as weapons, but as marvels of early mechanics, their geometry, their balance, their harmony of motion. A trebuchet, after all, is a machine that obeys gravity and patience. It cannot be rushed. It waits, it swings, and it teaches, much like the very history it belongs to. And so we lie here now, remembering not the battles themselves, but the silence between them, the hours when soldiers slept near firelight, curled beneath their cloaks, when guards walked slowly along parapets, listening not for arrows, but for the distant creak of wood in the dark, when an engineer, too tired to continue, laid down beside the frame of the very machine he had built, and closed his eyes, trusting that it would still be there when he woke. The world has changed. The war machines are gone, but their echoes remain, in diagrams, in ruins, in whispered stories passed down through time, and perhaps in your dreams tonight. You will walk beside one, your hand resting on the smooth, aged timber, feeling its weight, its history, its quiet dignity. The siege is long over, but the memory drifts on, like smoke rising from an abandoned field. So rest now, let your breathing slow, let your body settle. There are no more stones to lift, no ropes to pull, no walls to breach, only night and quiet and sleep. While the machines themselves stood proudly in the fields, with their great arms and looming frames, the true story of siege warfare was written in smaller things. The worn soles of a soldier's boots, the calloused hands of a rope puller, the soft whisper of prayers spoken behind stone walls. For those who lived through a siege, whether behind the wooden wheels of a trebuchet or inside the high towers of a besieged fortress, time did not pass in hours or days, but in sensations. The heaviness of the air before an attack, the distant groan of timber signaling that something had been released, the thud of a stone striking far too close. Life during a siege was not made of grand decisions, but of small, repeated choices. When to light the last of the torches, how much water to share with a neighbor, whether to sleep at all or stay awake listening for sounds in the dark. People became stiller, quieter. The world outside the walls shrank to the shape of the horizon, while the world inside grew larger in fear and imagination. And all the while, the siege weapons watched, their arms poised, their slings at rest. There was something strangely patient about them. Something almost alive. The soldiers around them gave them nicknames: the Swan, the Old Woman, the Watcher, perhaps to make them less menacing, or perhaps to make them feel like companions during long nights. When the order came to fire, there was no shouting, just a series of practiced motions. One man checked the pivot, another adjusted the counterweight, another placed the stone. A final one, silent and steady, pulled the release. And for a moment, all sounds seemed to stop. The stone flew. Sometimes it hit its mark, sometimes it did not. But always the message was the same: we are still here, we are still waiting. And that was often enough. Inside the castle, the reaction was different. The low rumble of impact would shake walls and nerves. Dust would fall from the ceiling, a candle might flicker, a child might cry. And someone, perhaps a cook, or a priest, or a guard, would simply exhale and keep going, because there was nothing else to do. To live under siege was to live in quiet repetition. Stir the pot, check the gate, mend the tunic, count the rations, and then do it all again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. It became a rhythm not unlike sleep itself, slow, repetitive, full of dim awareness and vague dreams of something better beyond the walls. Yet there were also moments of still beauty, a shaft of sunlight slipping through a crack in the stone, the hush that followed a heavy rain, the sound of doves, unbothered by war, cooing from the rooftop. Even in fear, life found its way forward. And when the siege finally ended, whether by surrender, victory, or simple retreat, the weapons were taken apart or left to rot. The soldiers packed what little they had and moved on. The castle doors creaked open. The world beyond the walls came flooding back in, too bright, too loud, too quick. But the memory lingered. Those who had lived through it often found themselves remembering the strange hush of those days, the way time stretched, the way every sound meant something. And if they ever saw another trebuchet, even in the far distance, they would feel a pull. Not of fear, but of recognition. A reminder of how much could be built from wood and rope, how much could be endured with nothing but patience. Now, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath settles into a slow, quiet rhythm, imagine yourself walking the field long after the siege has ended. The grass has grown back. The wind moves gently through the ruins. One broken wheel leans in the earth. A fragment of rope curls in the soil. Nothing stirs. Nothing waits. The work is done. And you are safe. Let yourself drift now, deeper and deeper, into the hush of history. No more tension. No more strain. Only the soft echo of stories once whispered beneath stone ceilings. The siege has ended, and in its place, there is peace. Sleep now, the machines are at rest. And so are you, long after the battles ended, and long after the dust of siege had settled. The remnants of those great machines remained like shadows across the landscape, their wood slowly warping under rain and sun, their ropes fraying, their joints stiffening with rust and moss and time. The fields that had once echoed with the rhythmic creak of winches and the deep rumble of falling stones now grew quiet, interrupted only by the wind bending tall grass and the soft rustle of birds returning to nest in the hollows of old towers. Where once engineers measured and soldiers marched, now only silence measured the hours, and time moved at its own pace. Children, years later, would come across the remains, an oddly shaped timber, a round iron bolt buried shallow in the dirt, a carved symbol on an aging beam, and ask questions. And their parents would speak softly, not of blood or violence, but of how things used to be, of the machines that once ruled the hillsides, not with speed or fire, but with stillness, weight, and patience. Some would visit what was left of those machines and run their fingers along the grain of the wood, imagining the hands that once built them, the minds that once shaped them. The slow hours spent tightening ropes, testing hinges, balancing beams under the watchful eyes of the Sky. These were not machines of noise and chaos. They were deliberate, measured, and even in ruin, they seemed to hold their form. Not entirely dead, but simply asleep. Travelers passing through would sometimes stop beside them, not out of fear, but out of reverence, as one might pause at an old tree, knowing it had seen more seasons than any man could remember. And in the quiet, they would wonder, Not about how many walls had been broken, but how many days it had taken to build, how many moments had passed before the first stone had flown. That too was part of their power, not in what they did, but in what they required. Time, patience, repetition, the very things that make up sleep itself, the very things that define memory. And so the siege weapon became something else over time, not a symbol of war, but of endurance, of what can be made when hands and minds align across long hours with a single purpose. In quiet villages, some old engineers taught their apprentices how to carve wedges and measure angles. Not for war anymore, but for mills, for bridges, for tools that moved grain and water instead of stones and fear. And the knowledge endured, passed from voice to voice, from drawing to drawing, from father to son, and mother to daughter, until the shape of the trebuchet faded, but the wisdom remained. Today, few remember the names of the men who built them. Fewer still know how they worked. But their story lingers. In the quiet halls of castles now turned to museums, in dusty books with fading ink, in the breath of a storyteller sitting beside a fire on a calm night, describing not a battle, but a great machine that once swung through the air, slow and steady, carrying not just a stone, but the full weight of human effort. Now, as the night deepens and the world falls quieter around you, let yourself imagine one of these machines in its final hour, not in war, but in peace. The last stone has been thrown, the rope is slack, the frame leans ever so slightly in the soil. No one moves it, no one repairs it. It has done its work. It has earned its stillness, and you too have reached your stillness. No thoughts to carry, no burdens to lift. Just the slow, gentle swing of breath in and out, like the soft rise and fall of a wooden arm swaying in the wind. Sleep now as the machines sleep. Dream now as the builders once dreamed, of balance, of calm, of time stretched long and quiet. There is nothing left to be done, only to rest, only to sleep. Long after the last trebuchet collapsed into the earth and the final mangonel was dismantled for firewood or forgotten behind a barn, the memory of siege engines lingered in more subtle ways, not in their size or noise, but in the quiet language people carried forward, the phrases that outlived the machines, tucked into everyday speech like small relics of a vanished age. People spoke of pressure building like a drawn rope, of tension snapping like a ballista's bolt, of waiting for something to drop with the weight of a counterweight released at last. They no longer needed the machines to remember the feeling, the rhythm, the slowness, the inevitability of something shaped by time and gravity and purpose. In some quiet towns, parts of the old machines found new lives, an iron hinge repurposed into a gate latch, a smooth beam from a siege tower used to support the roof of a church, a round stone once hurled in war, now resting by a well as a place for children to sit. No one called them weapons anymore. They were just pieces of wood and stone and iron. But the stories wrapped around them like ivy. An old man might sit by the fire and tell of how his grandfather helped load a trebuchet during a siege that no one else remembered. A child might walk past a moss-covered stump of timber and imagine it once towered into the sky, its arm reaching like a giant's. The machines had vanished, but they had left behind a shape in the mind, a sense of balance and design, of weight and silence and long waiting. And it was not just in villages or stories. Artists, too, found inspiration in the slow curves of the siege engines, the arcs of thrown stones, the symmetry of ropes pulled taut and beams held firm. In sketches and paintings, one could see how these machines, built for war, had become symbols of something quieter. Not destruction, but order. Not violence, but endurance. Their forms were studied not for their deadliness, but for their beauty. Even poets in forgotten corners of dusty libraries sometimes describe the slow swing of a trebuchet not as an act of war, but as a metaphor for longing, for something released only after the longest preparation. And in that image, the machine lived on, in the spaces between words, in the echoes of rhythm, in the long sighs of memory. Across the centuries, as cities rose and empires fell, the tools of warfare changed. Gunpowder spread, cannons multiplied, fortresses were redesigned. But no cannon, no musket, no bomb would ever quite hold the same quiet presence as the siege engine. There was something uniquely human about those machines. Built not just for power, but for patience. They asked for time, for calculation, for stillness. And in their slow preparation, there was space for thought, space for reflection, something many other weapons would never offer again. Today, if one stands in a museum and looks upon the reconstructed frame of a trebuchet or the skeletal remains of a ballista, one might expect to feel fear or awe. But more often, there is something else, something softer, a kind of hush, a sense that this was a machine not of speed, but of stillness, not of chaos, but of timing. And perhaps that's why it endures in the imagination, because in the end, siege weapons were not about how quickly they could destroy. They were about how long one could wait, how carefully one could prepare, how well one could balance hope and wait and silence until the moment was right. And that is a feeling that never disappears. So as you lie here now, your breathing even, your limbs heavy and still, know that you are resting in the company of things once made with great care and great patience. Things that waited, things that endured. Let your thoughts swing like the arm of a trebuchet, slow and steady, carrying the soft weight of sleep. Let them rise, reach their peak, and gently fall into silence. There is no need to aim, no need to hurry. The siege is over, the field is quiet, and you too are part of its stillness now. There came a time, quiet and unmarked, when the last siege weapon was built and fired, and no one realized it would be the final one. The engineers who had once spent their lives calculating the perfect angle of release or the ideal counterweight for maximum reach eventually moved on to other things. Bridges, aqueducts, bell towers, still using the same quiet understanding of balance and gravity, but now for peace instead of siege. And the machines they once built, those wooden giants with names and groans and personalities of their own, were left to rest, not with ceremony, but with stillness. Seasons passed through them. Spring greened their joints with moss, summer dried their beams, autumn scattered leaves in their hollow frames, and winter, with all its silence, pressed snow into every crevice until they seemed less like machines and more like part of the land itself. In time, people forgot their names. They became curious shapes on the horizon, half buried under weeds, mistaken for strange barns or forgotten scaffolding. Nature took what war had built. Vines climbed where ropes once stretched. Birds nested where stones had been hurled. The field where once hundreds of men stood in rows now held only shadows, imagined in the tilt of the sun and the soft ripple of grass moving in the wind. And even though no one spoke of them often, something about those machines lingered in the way people remembered time itself, slow, deliberate, drawn out over days and weeks instead of moments. The siege had never been about speed. It was about waiting. And long after the weapons were gone, the waiting remained. In the stillness of a foggy morning, in the hush just before rain, in the sound of a rope groaning under tension, not because it was about to snap, but simply because it was carrying something with care. In remote corners of the world, a few of the machines were rebuilt, not for war, but for curiosity. Historians and craftsmen came together to test the old drawings, to see if the ancient records still held true. And when they finished, when the final bolt was fastened and the last knot tied, they would stand back and marvel, not just at the size or the strength, but at the quiet beauty of motion, how a single release could send something flying through the air in a perfect arc, not to destroy, but simply to show that it could still be done. That patience could still be built into wood and rope. That time could still be honored in structure and swing. People would gather to watch, not in fear, but in wonder. Children would sit cross-legged in the grass. Elders would nod slowly, as if remembering something they never personally saw but somehow still knew. And when the stone flew, the air would hold its breath, just for a moment, just long enough to remind everyone that silence, too, has power. Then the stone would land, and the machine would return to rest, its job done, again and again. In dreams sometimes, people still walk those siege fields, not in fear, but in peace. They pass rusted tools and sun-bleached beams. They run their fingers over the grain of old oak. They listen for the faint sound of creaking rope, even when none is there, because even memory makes a sound, if you are quiet enough to hear it. Now as you lie still, with your thoughts beginning to settle, your breath long and slow, you can feel that same weightlessness that came just after the stone left the sling, when nothing was holding it, and everything had already been done. No more adjustments, no more plans. Just release, just drift. That's where you are now, suspended in that peaceful moment between effort and rest. Let yourself stay there. Let yourself glide. Let the ancient rhythm of wood and weight and waiting lull you deeper into stillness. There is no urgency, no gate to breach, no wall to defend. Only the memory of machines long gone, and the soft promise of sleep that outlasts them all. And now we arrive at the end, not with a crash or a blaze, but with the soft rustle of time folding itself inward, like the pages of a forgotten book closing at last. The story of the siege weapon was never just about war or conquest or strategy. It was a story of human rhythm, of measured breath and patient design, of wood shaped by calloused hands and rope woven from the fibers of countless days. It was a story written slowly, through repetition and silence, in fields where nothing seemed to change, and yet every hour brought something new, a tightened knot, a smoother groove, a better balance of counterweight. These machines were not loud in their purpose. They did not rush. They were not chaotic. They were composed. Each movement had meaning. Each release came after long stillness. And in that, they mirrored something deep within us. The part that knows not everything needs to happen quickly. The part that remembers there is power in pause, in patience, in preparation. Long after the last siege ended, their lessons lived on, not just in blueprints or ruins, but in the way people approached the world around them. Builders still spoke of tension and load, of pressure balanced against gravity. Artists still captured the elegant arc of a swing, the quiet dignity of a well-worn frame, and philosophers even looked to the siege weapon as a metaphor of restraint before action, of holding back not out of weakness, but out of strength. There is a wisdom in waiting, a clarity in structure, and a calm in the deliberate. The siege weapon, in all its simplicity, offered a model for how to move through time with intention. And so, even as its wood returned to earth and its iron rusted into the soil, its memory remained, not loud, but steady, like the weight of a stone resting in a sling, waiting for the right moment to fly. Perhaps that is why, even now as you lie still in the quiet hours of the night, something in your mind holds the shape of that old machine, not because of its purpose, but because of its peace, its predictability, its acceptance of time. There is nothing in a trebuchet that hurries. It waits, it breathes, it releases, and then it rests again, just like you. You've listened to its journey from forest to frame, from tension to flight, from battlefield to meadow, and now, at last, to memory. You've walked beside its builders, felt the weight of stone in your hand, traced the curve of its beams with your thoughts. You've heard the silence between each launch, the way the air paused, the way the earth listened. And now you are here, at the edge of that silence, ready to let go, not of a stone, but of thought. Not into battle, but into sleep. So let your breath be the only sound. Let your limbs feel heavy like wood softened by years of weather. Let your mind swing gently, not to strike, but to drift. There are no more stories to tell. No more machines to build. The field is empty, the sky is calm, and you, the final witness to this tale, can close your eyes knowing that everything has come to rest. Sleep now deeply and fully, with the quiet rhythm of rope and wood and time. The siege is long forgotten. The machine has stopped. The night is yours. You've just listened to the story of ancient siege weapons, a quiet journey through wood, stone, and patience. Now, let your breath settle once more. There's no need to move, no need to wake. We're continuing our soft journey through forgotten corners of history, and the next story will carry you even farther. Close your eyes. Let the past unfold slowly as we join a caravan on the ancient Silk Road, a long road of sand, silk, and silence. This is life on a Silk Road caravan. Before the highways and the railways, before engines hummed or airplanes streaked across the sky, there was the slow rhythm of hooves on hardened earth and the soft clinking of camel harnesses beneath the open sky. The Silk Road was not a single path, but a web stretching across mountains, deserts, and plains, linking distant cities with threads of trade and quiet endurance. And along this long, slow journey moved the caravans, lines of animals and people who carried not just silk, spices, and precious stones, but stories, memories, and dreams from one edge of the world to another. Imagine now the start of such a caravan. Early in the pale light of dawn, the camp stirs gently. A pot of weak tea simmers above a crackling fire. Canvas tents flutter in the breeze. Traders move quietly, checking bundles, tightening ropes, murmuring soft greetings to one another and to the animals they know so well. The camels shift their weight, snorting gently, their wide feet pressed into the sand like natural snowshoes built for dust. There is no rush, only rhythm. One by one, the loads are checked, silk wrapped in waxed leather, dried fruit, ceramics packed in straw. Small figurines carved from jade or ivory, destined for distant markets. Each item matters. Each has traveled far. And so have the people. Not just merchants, but guides, cooks, guards, translators. Each with their own reason for walking this path. Some seek fortune, some seek peace. Some are running from something. Others are simply following the road because it is what they know. As the sun rises, the caravan begins to move. Slowly, always slowly. The lead camel steps forward, then the next, then another. And soon, 100 soft footfalls echo across the sand. A steady whisper of motion across an ancient trail. The desert is not empty. It breathes. It holds echoes of those who passed before. The sand drifts in small waves, shaped by wind, never still, never quite the same from one day to the next. But the path remains, carved not in stone, but in memory, in practice. In the shared knowledge of where the wells are, where the shade will fall, where danger might wait. Along the way, the caravan stops for brief rests, a stretch beneath a tamarisk tree, a drink from a leather water skin, a moment of silence as a guide kneels in prayer, facing a distant homeland, then onward again. The day is hot, but not cruel. The sun presses down without anger, just with presence. Heat shimmers above the earth, blurring the distant hills, but still the caravan moves, step by step, bell by bell. The noise is minimal, a creak of wood, a jingle of brass, the occasional low voice speaking a word in a language borrowed from another tongue. For the Silk Road is not only about goods, it is about language, custom, exchange. A word from Persia, a melody from India, a charm from the steppes, cultures braided together like the reins that guide the lead animal. At night, the camp forms a circle. Fires are lit low, meals are shared. Flatbread, lentils, a handful of almonds. Stories pass from mouth to mouth, slow and low. Someone sings an old song. Someone else listens with their eyes closed, imagining a place they have not yet seen. The stars above are so many, so bright, that it feels as though they are walking not beneath the sky, but within it. No one rushes to sleep, but eventually, one by one, they lie back, wrap themselves in worn cloth, let the night wind cover them like another layer. And above, the stars remain, watching, remembering. For the Silk Road has always been more than a route. It is a thread pulled through the fabric of the world, binding cities, deserts, languages, and dreams together with a gentle tug. And those who walk it, even once, leave something behind, a footprint, a whisper, a grain of dust that carries the memory of movement. And now, as you breathe slowly in this quiet moment, let your mind walk beside the caravan. Let your steps fall into the ancient rhythm. There is no destination yet, only the journey, and the journey is soft, measured, unfolding. Sleep now as the caravan walks on. There is no need to hurry. The road waits. The days on the Silk Road unfold not by clock or calendar, but by light and distance, by the shape of the shadows cast across the dunes, and by the soft rhythm of padded feet pressing into soil and sand. Morning begins with the faintest coolness, a gentle breath of air brushing over resting figures wrapped in thin blankets and coarse robes. There is no alarm, no sharp sound to mark the day's arrival, only the gradual return of warmth to the earth and the stirrings of animals rising to stretch and sway. A single kettle begins to hiss over a low fire. Someone yawns. A few quiet voices speak words of greeting in different dialects, none of them rushed. The caravan does not hurry. It never hurries. Each step it takes must last the entire day. The beasts of burden, mostly camels, some donkeys, rarely a horse, are loaded once again with the familiar creak of worn saddles and bundles strapped with care. The traders inspect their goods, adjusting a strap here, shifting a crate there. There is comfort in this repetition. The mind softens into routine. Hands move with quiet memory. A length of silk is checked for dampness. A sealed pouch of saffron is turned and sniffed, just to be sure. Small actions, but done with care. The road is wide in some places, narrow in others. In the distance, hills rise with the gentle curve of sleeping animals. Dust kicks into the air with each step, but settles just as quickly, absorbed by the vastness around it. Occasionally, ruins appear along the way. The broken stones of an old outpost, a crumbling wall, the remains of a tower that once signaled safe water. No one speaks much when passing these places. They are not feared, but respected. Markers of those who walked the path long ago. The desert gives way to stony ground, and the stony ground gives way to dry grassland. Each day the terrain shifts ever so slightly, like the slow turning of a page. And though it may seem the same to the untrained eye, those who walk this route learn its details. The kinds of shrubs that grow near wells, the way a bird's flight might signal fresh water nearby, the different shapes of wind-carved rock. The sky, too, becomes a kind of map, a guide. Clouds speak of weather, the stars at night speak of direction. But in truth, most rely on the guide, the quiet man or woman who knows the route not by compass, but by memory, by stories, by the way the land feels beneath the feet. This person walks near the front, speaking little, pausing sometimes to taste the wind or study a distant shimmer that might be water or heat or something else entirely. Their knowledge is lived, not written, and everyone trusts them. Midday comes with weight, the sun climbs high, and the heat presses gently on shoulders and backs. The caravan may pause for a brief rest in the shade of a rock formation, or under cloth stretched between poles. Meals are simple, a few figs, a handful of rice, some dried meat, chewed slowly in silence. Camels kneel and rest, their breathing slow, their long lashes flicking against flies. Time does not matter here. There is only the body's sense of movement and stillness, of shade and sun, of thirst and the quiet satisfaction of slaking it with one slow sip. Then again the caravan rises, moves, continues. Afternoon brings wind. It picks up from the west or the north, carrying smells of sand, salt, and sometimes distant smoke. Dust swirls around the feet, head coverings are tightened, eyes narrow against the sun, but still the steps continue. Because on the Silk Road, movement is everything. Even when the path disappears, even when all that lies ahead is flat brightness, the caravan moves, slowly, patiently, because it must, because that is what it does. And by evening, the world softens again. The colors fade from orange to gold to blue. The sky cools, the earth exhales, and once more, the camp forms in a circle. Fires are lit with practiced ease. Water is boiled. Bread is warmed against stones. The same rituals repeat. The careful cleaning of gear, the checking of bundles, the quiet sharing of news from other travelers met along the way. And then beneath a sky now scattered with stars, the caravan sleeps, one by one, until only the faint breath of camels and the flicker of dying embers remain, and the road, ever patient, waits for morning. As the journey continues across the long spine of the Silk Road, the body adjusts to the rhythm of walking, riding, loading, resting, and rising again. Muscles once stiff grow loose. The aches of the first days fade into background hums of motion, and as the body adapts, so too does the mind, softening into a different kind of awareness, one not driven by urgency or noise, but by observation. A person walking beside the caravan learns to listen, not to voices or commands, but to the subtle sounds that fill the quiet world between cities. The dry rustle of desert grass as a breeze passes through, the hollow tone of a clay pot knocking gently against its neighbor with each step of a swaying camel, the crunch of fine gravel underfoot, the sigh of a rope tightening as a bundle shifts its weight. These sounds become companions, unspoken, constant, grounding, and with them comes scent. Spices wrapped in silk cloth begin to release their aromas as the sun warms the cargo. There is the dry sweetness of star anise, the sharp green of cardamom pods, the mellow musk of dried ginger, Each scent drifts softly in the air, mixing with the smell of sweat, of sun-warmed leather, of wood smoke from the night before still clinging to robes and hair. The sense of time continues to stretch. No one counts minutes. Instead, the measure of a day is felt in the depth of shadow, the tilt of light, the changing color of the earth beneath the feet. Some parts of the road shimmer with salt and red clay, while others break into pebbled hills or smooth plains of silver dust. Here and there, a stunted tree stands alone, its bark twisted, its roots half exposed, marking a resting place, a turning point, or sometimes just an old memory shared among those who have passed by often. The people of the caravan do not speak constantly. Conversation is reserved for moments of rest, or for passing the time between distant landmarks. Much is communicated in gesture. A raised eyebrow, a tilt of the chin, a shared glance when the wind shifts suddenly. Trust grows slowly, not in words, but in actions repeated over miles. The one who always checks the wheels, the one who knows how to soothe a nervous camel, the one who offers water without asking. These patterns create an unspoken order, a sense of belonging that requires no declaration. And when someone falls ill, the entire rhythm adjusts to allow care, a slower pace, an extra rest. The caravan moves as one, always forward, always together. Some nights are spent near oases, where reeds grow and water moves faintly over stones. In these moments, the world feels rich. A bowl of warm lentils tastes like a feast. A sip of clean water is an offering. Someone might hum a tune carried from a childhood long behind them, and the melody settles in the air like dust. Others sit quietly, watching the fire, the flames reflecting in tired eyes that have seen many paths and many silences. There are moments when someone begins to tell a story, not for entertainment, but as if the story itself had been walking beside them all along, waiting to be let out. These stories do not always have endings. They meander, they settle, they rest beside the listener like an old friend, asking for nothing but presence. The night deepens, the moon rises, casting pale light across the sleeping caravan. Tents stir gently in the breeze. A camel sighs in its sleep, and the road, unseen in the dark, stretches on ahead, certain in its path even when none can see it. For those who sleep now beneath its sky, there is comfort in that certainty. The path exists, the morning will come, the journey will continue. And until then, there is nothing to do but rest, wrapped in the slow rhythm of old stories, warm fires, and the quiet bond of travelers who ask for nothing but the next step and the next breath beneath the stars. As the days continue and the caravan moves farther west, the land begins to change again, not suddenly, but slowly, like breath turning from warm to cool. The ground becomes firmer, with more stones than sand, and the flat horizon starts to ripple with distant hills, then mountains, faint and blue at first, then sharper and closer with each passing day. The air is thinner here, drier, crisper. It fills the lungs differently. The sun still shines, but the heat now sits lightly on the skin, and in the early mornings there is a bite to the wind that makes people pull their shawls tighter and move a little closer to the fire. The camels, ever patient, move just the same, their pace unaffected by the shift in landscape. Their broad feet still rise and fall in steady rhythm, their eyes half-lidded, their jaws slowly working as they chew their cud in thoughtful silence. And the people too adapt. Faces are more often wrapped now, not just against the sun, but against the cold air that creeps in at dawn and lingers past midday. Hands are kept gloved or tucked into sleeves. At night, the fires are built larger and the tents are drawn closer together. The stars seem brighter here, as if the higher ground has brought the travelers closer to the sky. Some believe it has. Along the road, shrines appear, piles of stones stacked carefully, small flags fluttering from sticks, the colors faded by wind and time. Travelers pause at these places. They do not speak. They place a stone of their own, or leave behind a thread, a coin, a bead, a simple gesture that says, "I was here. I walked this path. I am part of this great thread that weaves through the world." In the higher altitudes, the sound changes. It becomes more still, more open. Voices carry farther, but fewer are used. The crunch of footfall on gravel echoes gently. The creak of leather and wood stands out against the hush of the wind. Sometimes, for hours, no one speaks. Not out of sadness or fatigue, but simply because silence fits the space more naturally than words. The path narrows as the caravan enters mountain passes. Steep slopes rise on either side, their surfaces marked with scars from landslides and frost. The road is no longer wide and open, but close and winding. The animals must step more carefully, the people must guide more attentively, but the rhythm remains. Forward, always forward. And though the cliffs are high and the footing uneven, the caravan trusts the path. It has been walked for generations. There are markings carved into the rock, barely visible unless the light hits just right. A series of lines, a symbol, a name, a date from long ago. These are not warnings, they are reminders. The road remembers, and it carries those who walk it. In the evenings, the cold settles deeply. Fires are fed with dried dung, the only fuel at this elevation. Meals are warm but simple. Barley porridge, lentil stew, a few preserved vegetables traded for spices and silks at a roadside outpost. The warmth is enough, not luxurious but sufficient. There is something comforting in the way. Needs shrink on the road. Food, warmth, shelter, company, nothing more, nothing less. And in the simplicity, peace settles in. People sleep closer now, blankets layered, shoulders brushing, the breath of the one beside you steady and slow. Camels huddle together, their bodies creating windbreaks for one another. Above, the stars stretch wider than memory, their light clean and distant, watching over a world that has not changed in centuries. And beneath them, the caravan sleeps. One more night along a path that stretches beyond vision, beyond map, beyond time. In this moment, there is nothing left to think about. The path ahead will wait. The destination is not tonight's concern, only the fire, the blanket, the steady beat of a tired heart, and a slow breath in the dark. Let your thoughts fade like the sound of wind over stone. Let your body sink into the stillness between footsteps. Let the cold stay outside, and the warmth wrap around you like a story told without words. The caravan rests. And so do you. With each passing day, the mountains slowly begin to fall behind, their ridges softening into hills, and the caravan finds itself descending into a new world. A different light, a different wind, a different color in the soil. The air is warmer again, but it is not the dry heat of the desert, nor the sharp chill of the peaks. It is softer, fuller, tinged with moisture and the faint scent of growing things. The terrain becomes uneven but familiar. Dusty paths lined with scattered shrubs, occasional groves of wind-bent trees, and in the distance, small villages where rooftops shimmer in the early light. These signs of habitation are both welcome and fleeting. The caravan does not linger long in any place, but the presence of other people, of homes and hearths, of children laughing behind woven fences, reminds the travelers of the wider world beyond the road. Sometimes they trade. A bundle of cinnamon exchanged for rice or beans. A worn-out sandal traded for a new water skin. Other times, they simply pass through with a nod or a wave, too familiar with movement to stay still for long. The travelers have become quieter now, but their silence is not born of fatigue. It is the silence of those who have grown used to one another, who no longer need to speak in order to feel together. A glance is enough. A shared look when clouds gather overhead, or when a bird circles twice before flying off. A silent agreement to keep moving, to stay aware. The bonds between them are not loud. They are made of small gestures, someone tightening another's pack when the strap begins to slip, someone offering dried fruit with a quiet hand, someone waking early to boil water so the others can rise slowly. These acts, though simple, form the invisible thread that weaves through the group, holding it together just as surely as the road beneath their feet. The animals, too, have settled into their rhythm. They know the routine, know the breaks, the patterns of rest, the places where shade can be found even in the heat of midday. A camel might nudge its handler gently, not for food, but in quiet familiarity. The donkeys bray softly in the evening, their voices part of the natural chorus that now defines the edge of each day. Every evening feels both the same and slightly different. The angle of the sun shifts, the shadows fall in new places. The meals might change slightly depending on what has been traded or gathered, but the structure remains: a fire, a circle, a quiet meal, a bit of cloth to rest on, a few murmured words before sleep. No one asks for more than that. There is peace in simplicity, And the road teaches this lesson again and again. Sometimes at night, someone will bring out a small item they've carried the entire way: a carved flute, a piece of poetry memorized long ago, a charm wrapped in fabric. Not to impress, not to perform, but simply to share something that feels part of the journey. A soft tune played under starlight, a line recited with eyes closed. These are the gifts that pass between travelers, not of gold or silk, but of presence, of time, of trust. And in those moments, it becomes clear that the caravan is not just a collection of people walking in the same direction. It is something more. A quiet family formed not by blood, but by shared dust, shared stars, shared silence. Morning always returns. With it comes the slow stirring of limbs, the smell of boiled tea leaves, the creaking of straps tightened again, the deep breath before another day begins. No one complains. No one rushes. The road welcomes them again, as it always does. It stretches ahead without question, without end, like a soft ribbon drawn across the earth. And those who follow it do not chase a destination. They follow for the rhythm, for the stillness it offers between thoughts, and for the understanding that movement, when shared, becomes its own kind of rest. As you listen, as you breathe gently in and out, let yourself walk quietly among them. Feel the soft weight of the pack across your shoulders, the warmth of the morning sun on your skin, the faint bell of a camel swaying just ahead. There is no hurry, no decision to make, only to continue, only to rest in motion, and to sleep as the caravan carries on. The road begins to change again, not in shape, but in signs, subtle ones at first, barely noticed unless you know what to look for. The dust carries the scent of incense burned in distant shrines. The wind brings with it traces of conversation, not loud or clear, but enough to suggest the presence of others somewhere ahead. Small tracks begin to appear in the path, not just of hooves and boots, but of carts, narrow and deep, trailing the ruts of commerce. The trees, once sparse and bent by weather, now cluster nearer to water. The stones beneath the travelers' feet are worn smooth by countless steps, and in the far distance, visible only at certain angles when the sun hits just right, the faint glint of rooftops begins to rise like a mirage. A city, not yet reached, but felt. The caravan does not speed up. Its pace remains steady, deliberate, respectful of the road, but something shifts in the air, a shared sense of nearing something long awaited. The conversations become a little more frequent. The glances exchanged a little more knowing. Some travelers begin to prepare mentally for what lies ahead, for bartering, for letters to send, for reunions, for nights in solid rooms with thick walls and tiled roofs. Others, quieter still, already feel the bittersweet ache of pause, knowing that once they step through the gates of the city, the rhythm they have come to know will change. But for now, there is still the road. The final days before arrival unfold like a soft farewell, filled with long hours of reflection. There is little to distract the mind, no noise except the steady cadence of the caravan and the occasional rustle of wind and brush. The animals seem to sense it too. Their movements are calm, their breath steady. The camels glance toward the horizon but show no impatience. They have walked this path before. They will walk it again. Along the roadside, signs of human care appear. Stacked stones marking safe wells, carved wooden posts painted with fading symbols, worn shrines where offerings of dried flowers and old coins rest undisturbed. These quiet artifacts speak of the generations who have moved through the same space, all drawn by trade, by journey, by necessity or wonder or both. As the caravan passes one such shrine, a few travelers pause to touch the stone, to whisper a prayer, to leave a token behind. Nothing large, just a bead, a petal, a folded piece of paper. Not for superstition, but for continuity. A way to say, I am here, I walked this way, I remember, and then onward. At night, the stars still shine, but the campfires glow a little warmer. The stories are told a little more freely, and someone always speaks of the city ahead. Not just as a destination, but as a rhythm of its own. Of the market smells, of the food that simmers in open stalls, of the voices calling out prices in 5 different languages, of silk unrolled on wooden counters, of bells ringing in distant towers, of letters waiting to be delivered, and of silence, the silence that comes when you lie on a mattress after months on the ground, and listen to nothing but the breath within walls. The stories drift off into the night like smoke, and the sleepers return to their dreams, guided by the same slow breath they've followed since the journey began. In the morning, the landscape continues to soften. Green fields stretch wider, orchards appear, neat and quiet. Walls, low and whitewashed, line sections of the path. Farmers wave from afar. Children chase birds along the road's edge. The travelers wave back, sometimes smiling, sometimes too lost in thought to do more than nod, because the journey is almost over. But not yet. There is still one more night beneath the stars, one more meal around the fire, one more slow walk behind the rhythm of swaying beasts. And as you listen now, your breath quiet, your limbs still, you might imagine yourself walking those final steps, not rushed, not loud, but full of the gentle knowledge that something is near, that the road is not ending, only pausing, that the journey continues, in memory, in future paths, in every step ever taken on soft earth beneath a vast sky. And tonight, that sky is above you, and the caravan still moves, quietly carrying you closer to rest. The city appears slowly, not all at once, but in careful layers, like the gradual unrolling of a painted scroll. First the sound, a faint murmur carried by the wind, of wheels turning on stone, of market voices rising and falling, of footsteps echoing in narrow alleys. Then the scent, a blend of unfamiliar spices, smoke from many fires, the sweetness of figs, the sharp tang of dye and leather and earth baked under countless feet. Then the sight, walls rising in the distance, not grand or shining, but worn and strong, flanked by low watchtowers, with pale flags fluttering in the breeze. The caravan approaches with steady rhythm. No one rushes. The animals remain calm, their ears flicking toward the sounds of civilization. The travelers adjust their packs, straighten their robes, check their goods, not out of vanity or concern, but with the quiet anticipation of entering a space where stillness gives way to motion and silence gives way to sound. As they near the gate, they join a small procession of others, local farmers bringing produce, lone riders returning from other roads, merchants with carts pulled by creaking oxen. The guards at the entrance do not shout. They gesture. They recognize the caravan, or ones like it. They know the rhythm. Papers are shown. Names are spoken. Goods are listed. All of it calm. All of it expected. The city welcomes travelers because it has always done so. That is what a city is. A pause in the great movement of people. A place where the road slows, even if only for a while. Inside the gate, the world changes. The open horizon is replaced by winding streets. The soft step of the caravan becomes the echo of boots on stone. The dry rustle of wind through brush becomes the layered sounds of daily life. Laughter, argument, bargaining, the call of animals, the song of someone unseen in an upper room. It is not overwhelming, only different. The members of the caravan begin to split into smaller groups. Some know where they are going. Others look for signs, for familiar corners. Some head straight to the market, where their goods will be laid out, inspected, touched by many hands. The silk will catch light. The spices will be opened and smelled. The jade, wrapped carefully in cloth, will be examined beneath sunlight and flickering lanterns. There is a quiet pride in this, not the loud pride of the seller, but the deep satisfaction of the journey completed. The goods made it, the road was honored. Others seek rest first. An inn with low beds and shaded courtyards, a shared pot of tea, the first full wash in weeks, the removal of boots, the loosening of cloth, the deep breath of arrival. And in these quiet acts, there is a softness that settles in the chest, a feeling of being held, however briefly, in a place meant for stopping. At night, the city glows not with stars, but with lanterns. The sky is hidden by rooftops and fabric awnings. Yet still, the stars remain, somewhere above. Some travelers find themselves stepping outside the walls, if only for a moment, to look up and remember the sky without stone. Others find peace in the rhythm of city life, its own kind of caravan, with its own rituals, its own pathways, its own shared silences. For some, the journey ends here. Their path was to this point, no farther. For others, this is only a turning, only a rest before the road continues. A place to gather new goods, hear new rumors, find new companions. The Silk Road does not begin or end. It simply flows like wind, like memory, like the dust that settles and rises again. And so even as the caravan dissolves into city life, its rhythm lingers. The slow step, the quiet patience, the knowledge of distance traveled. And as you lie still now, wrapped in your own quiet, you may feel it too, the echo of hooves on packed earth, the hush of the desert wind, the low murmur of voices beside a campfire. You do not need to move. You do not need to speak. The journey for now is paused, and you are safe within it. Let the noise of the city fall away. Let the dust settle. Let the fire burn low. The gates have opened. The road has led you here, and here you may rest. In the days that follow the caravan's arrival, time shifts once more, no longer measured in footsteps or campsites or the length of shadow on the sand, but in the slow unfolding of stillness. Without the road beneath the feet, the body moves differently. The muscles soften, the mind quiets in a new way, not from the rhythm of walking, but from the unfamiliar act of staying still. In the quiet corners of the city, far from the markets and gates, a traveler might sit alone in the shaded courtyard of an inn, watching a stream of sunlight trace its way across a stone floor. A bowl of tea grows cold beside them. Their pack, no longer resting against their back, leans silently against a wall. There is no sound except for the soft sweep of a broom, the clatter of pots in a distant kitchen, and the echo of their own breath, deeper now, fuller. The road may be behind them, but it has not left them. Its dust still clings to their boots. Its rhythm still pulses beneath their thoughts. And in that stillness, memory walks in gently, unannounced, but welcome. The endless dunes, the hush of stars above the plateau, the taste of lentils under a sky thick with silence, the laughter of someone long gone, still echoing beside a fire. These are the souvenirs no merchant can sell, the treasures no city gate can contain. And in those moments, it becomes clear that the true journey was never just between cities or over distances, but through the quiet transformation of the self. The way the wind carved new shapes in the soul, the way time lengthened and softened thought, the way solitude wove itself gently into comfort. Some travelers return to the road soon after arriving. Others remain, weaving themselves into the fabric of the city, opening stalls, joining households, becoming fixtures in places that were once only names on someone else's map. But even they carry it, the road, in the way they move, in the way they pause before speaking, in the way they listen to silence. And sometimes, late at night, they find themselves staring at the moon and thinking not of the city around them, but of the soft crunch of gravel beneath a camel's foot, of the flickering light of a fire shared with strangers who felt like family. The Silk Road teaches slowly, gently. It does not rush. Its lessons are not loud. It teaches you to wait, to endure, to notice. It teaches you how to sit still without needing distraction, how to see wonder in repetition, how to carry yourself through the unknown not with fear, but with reverence. And perhaps most of all, it teaches that every place is part of the journey, not just the wild open spaces, but the courtyards, the inns, the quiet corners where one is left alone with their breath and their memory. Even now as you rest, your breath soft and steady, you are walking part of that journey, not with your feet, but with your mind, gently tracing the path that leads through sand, through mountain, through market, through memory. And the road does not ask you to finish. It only asks you to be present, to breathe, to observe, to let go, to rest. So let yourself sink into the stillness now. Let the rhythm of distant hooves fade into the background. Let the sound of trade and motion soften into silence. The road has brought you here. It will wait. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to forget the weight of your pack. You are allowed to sleep. Time in the city moves differently than it does on the road. It does not stretch or breathe the same way. It is filled with appointments, exchanges, bells that mark specific hours, streets that pull one in fixed directions, roofs that hide the sky. And yet, even within the structured motion of city life, those who have traveled far along the Silk Road carry something the city cannot change. They walk a little slower, their gaze lingers longer. They pause before they speak. The rhythm of the journey has become their inner clock, not governed by sun or shadow, but by the quiet patience that came from moving across vast spaces with no walls and no walls of noise. These travelers, even as they blend into the crowd, seem to carry silence with them, not an emptiness, but a fullness that asks for no attention. When they walk the streets, they notice things others don't. The scent of spice in the air that reminds them of a campfire night, the curve of a stone that mirrors a bend in the mountain path, the tone of a voice that carries the accent of a distant oasis. Their eyes search rooftops for stars they know are hidden, and when they lie down at night, even on a comfortable bed, part of them still feels the shape of the ground, the softness of dust, the cradling weight of sky above. In quiet moments, they return to the road not with longing, but with presence. It lives in them, not as a place, but as a state of being. Even when days pass and the city draws them deeper into its routines, the memory of the caravan remains like a second breath. At market stalls, they run their fingers over fabrics not just for color, but for the feel of the thread, the way it curls or holds warmth, the way it might pack for travel. At the tea house, they notice the scent of cinnamon before it's poured. They recognize a face from the last town, a merchant from the opposite direction, a former stranger who once shared a meal beside a cracked well. These moments are not grand reunions, just small nods, soft smiles, and the quiet knowledge that the road keeps its people connected long after they've gone their separate ways. Some will leave again. The road calls softly, without urgency. It whispers through stories passed between travelers, through the arrival of new caravans bearing unfamiliar goods and familiar dust, through dreams that return, uninvited, bringing the image of mountains waking under dawn light, of dunes swallowing shadows, of camels moving like waves across the earth. Others will stay. They will open small shops, repair saddles, boil herbs for the sick, watch children play in the same courtyards where they once unpacked their bundles for trade. But even they, in stillness, will remember the road with a kind of reverence, for it shaped them, taught them, held them steady in the long breath of silence between destinations. And in truth, the road never truly ends. It becomes part of the body, woven into the way the traveler listens, rests, notices the light. In the quiet hours long after the fire has faded and the city lies still, that feeling returns. The one that comes just before sleep, when breath deepens and thoughts drift. A feeling of being on the edge of something timeless, not in motion, but in readiness, not in destination, but in presence. And now, as you lie in your own quiet, breathing slowly, surrounded not by travelers, but by stillness, you carry that feeling too. The journey does not require you to walk. It requires only that you let go, that you remember the hush of dusk settling over the dunes, the weight of the stars as they watched without judgment, the softness of shared silence as the fire crackled low. You do not need to move. You do not need to speak. The road lives within you now, and like the ancient caravans that crossed mountains, deserts, and time itself, you are allowed to rest, to breathe, to sleep. And now, as the journey reaches its quiet end, there is no need for farewell, no need for grand conclusions or parting words. The Silk Road was never a line with a beginning and an end. It was always a circle, a rhythm, a pulse that moved gently through space and time, through memory and presence, carrying goods and people and thoughts and stories across landscapes that never truly stayed still. The caravan may have arrived, the packs may have been unloaded, the fires may have burned down to soft coals, but the essence of the road remains, resting in the stillness that follows motion, in the breath that follows effort, in the space where silence takes root. Those who walked the long path, who watched the stars shift night after night, who rose with the wind and lay down beneath sky and dust, do not return unchanged. Their faces may look the same, their names may be familiar, but something in them now listens more deeply, sees more clearly, accepts more gently the slow unfolding of things. The road has offered its lessons not in words, but in repetition, in the weight of each step, in the quiet patience of distance, in the shared laughter around a bowl of soup, in the comforting creak of worn leather, in the soft nod of recognition from a fellow traveler. These are the things that linger, and even long after the caravan has dissolved into the corners of a city, its rhythm continues to echo, not through sound, but through stillness. It echoes in the way a hand reaches for a cup of tea with reverence, in the way the eyes pause on the horizon, even when there is no path to follow, in the way one breathes, slowly, evenly, like the sway of a camel beneath the star. And so, this journey too comes to rest, not with a finish, but with a deep exhale. The story you followed through dust and dusk, through wind and waiting, through silence and shared meals and long, slow days, was never meant to arrive somewhere final. It was always meant to walk beside you, gently, quietly, reminding you that there is beauty in slowness, in repetition, in presence. That the most powerful journeys are not made of grand events, but of thousands of small moments strung together with care. A footstep, a flame, a breath, a glance, a memory. Even now, as you lie still, safe and wrapped in your own quiet night, the road is with you, not asking you to walk it, but simply to remember it, to carry it like a stone in your pocket, like a thread tucked into the seam of your sleeve. Let yourself drift now through the softest part of the journey, the part where you need do nothing at all, where the weight of travel falls away, where the sky darkens not with uncertainty, but with rest. The caravans are still, the wind has quieted, the path will wait, and you, the quiet traveler of the story, may now close your eyes and surrender fully to stillness. You have gone far enough. You have seen what needed seeing. You have felt what needed feeling. The journey is whole. The circle is complete. Sleep now, deeply and without weight, as the stars return to their watch above the world, and the Silk Road disappears once more into silence. You've just listened to the quiet footsteps of a caravan moving across the Silk Road, a journey through dust, stars, and silence. Now, stay where you are. Let your body remain still. Let your breath stay soft. We continue our slow walk through forgotten corners of history, and tonight's story takes us far from deserts and trade routes, into the quiet fields of Europe, where ordinary people once rose, not with shouts, but with whispers. This is a story not of kings or castles, but of farmers, workers, and voices that trembled before they echoed. Tonight, we begin the quiet rebellion of the Peasants' Wars. Before there were headlines or history books, before the word revolt was ever whispered in candlelit rooms, there were simply fields, endless soft hills dotted with haystacks and rows of quiet crops, worked by hands worn from seasons and wind. The story of the Peasants' Wars does not begin with swords or fire. It begins with silence, with early mornings where the dew clung to the grass and farmers bent their backs beneath a pale sky, their breath misting in the cold air, their thoughts quiet and full of routine. These were people who asked for little, bread on the table, peace in the village, and land that answered to their labor. For years, they had bent not just toward the soil, but toward lords, toward taxes, toward rules they had not written and burdens they had not chosen. And still, they endured. Because endurance, like seed and sun, had become part of their rhythm. But even the quietest rhythms can fray when stretched too far. And so, in the shadows of manors and monasteries, something small began to shift. Not in speeches or declarations, but in glances exchanged at the edge of a field, in the lowering of voices behind thatched doors, in the pause before handing over another coin to the collector who came too often. It is important to remember that these peasants were not soldiers. They were not born into power or strategy. They were born into land, into dirt beneath the nails, into seasons that taught patience and storms that taught respect. Their strength did not come from armor, but from repetition, day after day, year after year, shaping the world beneath their feet with plow and shovel, with calloused hands and worn boots. And yet, in time, they began to ask questions, quietly at first. Why do we pay so much when the land is ours to till? Why do we starve when our grain fills the storehouses of others? Why must we kneel when it is our labor that holds the roof above their heads? These questions did not rise with anger, but with a kind of tired clarity, like the first light of morning that reveals what was already there, just hidden in the dark. The world around them had grown heavier. Laws were tightened. Tithes increased. The church, once a place of comfort, now echoed with demands. In some villages, the Bible was read aloud, not by priests but by neighbors, newly literate, newly curious. Words once unreachable now sounds different when spoken by those who had dirt on their boots. The idea of freedom began not as a battle cry, but as a thought too large to ignore. In the south of Germany, in the quiet valleys and slow riversides, rumors began to pass from village to village, of gatherings, of voices raised not in song, but in solidarity. There was talk of 12 articles, of rights that belonged to the people, of a better world shaped not by the whip, but by the will of those who worked the land. The first steps were not marches, but meetings, around fires, in barns, beneath trees. Men and women spoke not in slogans, but in stories, of hunger, of loss, of a lifetime spent giving more than they could spare. And as they listened to one another, something ancient stirred. Not rage, but recognition. The knowledge that they were not alone, that their suffering was not just personal, but shared. And in that sharing, there was power. The lords did not notice at first. To them, the peasants remained small, scattered, predictable. But beneath that surface, a tide was forming, not loud, not fast, but steady. And as with any tide, once it begins to rise, there is no turning it back. Now, as you lie here, your breath soft and even, you may picture one such village, just before dawn. The sky still dim, the fire still warm. A few figures gathered in hushed tones, not plotting war, but sharing bread and quiet dreams. The tools of their work lie nearby, wooden, simple, honest. There is no noise, no banners, only a stillness that carries weight, a moment before movement, a silence before change. And in this stillness, they are not yet rebels, not yet an army, only people, tired, brave, and ready. The quiet murmur that began in scattered valleys did not stay still for long. It moved not with force, but with familiarity, passed hand to hand through shared bread, whispered during pauses in labor, woven into the spaces between prayers and evening chores. The peasants who carried it did not think of themselves as revolutionaries. They thought of themselves as sons and daughters of the land, as caretakers of harvests, as stewards of life's slow rhythm, and yet in their hearts, something old was waking. Not rage, but recognition. Not noise, but certainty, while they began to speak more clearly, more openly. In towns where strangers met at market, questions once left unsaid found voices. "Have you heard?" someone might ask beside a sack of barley. In the next village, they refused to pay the tithe. And just like that, the idea spread, not as fire, but as warmth. A rising awareness that others too were tired. Others too had said enough. Still, life continued. Fields needed sowing, tools needed mending. The children still ran through the narrow lanes, chasing chickens and laughing as if nothing beneath the surface had changed. And yet, everything had. Inside each cottage, inside each barn, there lived a new kind of silence, not empty but expectant. A pause in the breath before speaking, a glance toward the road when a rider passed, a knowing look exchanged between neighbors. It was the kind of silence that knows something is coming. In some towns, groups gathered at night, not with weapons, but with words. They read the 12 articles, simple demands written plainly, without grandeur, without threat. The right to choose their own priests, the right to pay fair rents, the right to hunt and fish where their fathers once did. These were not calls for an empire. They were calls for a life that made sense, a life where work was met with dignity, where the sweat of a brow could feed a family without fear. And though many still feared speaking aloud, the articles gave them shape, something to point to, something to carry. By spring, the movement had grown. Across Swabia and Franconia, through the forests of Thuringia and the hills of Saxony, the air itself seemed to tremble. Assemblies grew larger, fires burned longer. Words once kept behind teeth were sung, slowly, with the rhythm of laborers' songs, low, deliberate, carried not for applause, but for strength. Some of the lords began to notice. They sent messengers, posted notices, threatened punishment, but fear had begun to dull. What once caused trembling now stirred resolve. And in that resolve, the people stood taller, not with weapons in hand, but with clear eyes and tired shoulders held square. They had spent too long bent, too long silent. Now, even as they worked, planting seeds, repairing roofs, fetching water from quiet streams, they did so with the knowledge that something had shifted. The land felt different. Or perhaps it was they who had changed. In some regions, small bands began to form. Still mostly unarmed, still uncertain, but together. They moved from village to village, sharing news, carrying songs, reminding others that they were not alone. A simple phrase echoed between them. God wills it. Not shouted, not forced, just spoken softly, as if reminding the earth of a truth too long buried. And still, the world moved slowly. The sun rose and fell. The church bells rang. The rivers flowed as they always had. But in the quiet fields and narrow paths, in the barns and candlelit corners, the people were waking, not to vengeance, but to dignity. Not to hatred, but to the deep desire to be heard. Now, as you lie still, your body warm beneath the weight of quiet, you may imagine a path worn by bare feet and hooves, stretching through misty woods where voices carry low. Along that path walk figures not seeking glory, but fairness, not demanding thrones, but room to breathe. Their pace is slow, their hearts are steady, and like the wind between trees, their message moves unseen but deeply felt. The rebellion has not yet begun, but it is no longer just a whisper. It is a presence, and it walks beside them, patiently. As the spring of 1525 unfolded across the German countryside, the rhythm of life began to change in subtle, deliberate ways. The fields still needed tending, the livestock still needed feeding, but something deeper had taken hold of the villages, something slower than fire and steadier than storm. The gatherings that once took place in secret now became larger, more open, marked by the absence of fear rather than the presence of arms. The people who came to these assemblies did not wear armor or carry banners. They came in wool and linen, their hands still rough from tools, their voices still shaped by reverence and restraint. But they came with purpose. In some regions, entire communities walked together to nearby towns, not to riot, but to speak, to be seen. They knocked on monastery doors and handed over the 12 articles. They stood in churchyards and read their demands aloud, not with shouting, not with fire, but with trembling voices that steadied as others stood nearby. Their movement was not just against injustice. It was for something, for bread that could be shared fairly, for worship in their own language, for an end to rules that bent the poor while sparing the powerful. In some places, the lords listened. A few agreed to negotiations. A few lowered taxes or granted limited freedoms. But in other places, resistance met resistance. And when warnings were ignored, and threats no longer stirred obedience, the old world began to tighten its grip. Soldiers were called in, bishops wrote letters, edicts were read in town squares, but the peasants had heard enough of proclamations. Their ears had grown tired of voices from balconies. What moved them now was the sound of their own feet and step, of their neighbors' hands clasped in theirs, of old songs sung with new meaning as they marched between villages. For the first time, some of them began to carry tools, not just for farming, but for defense. Pitchforks, scythes, axes, not to conquer, but to protect. Not to wage war, but to make space for peace. They named leaders, men like Florian Geyer and Thomas Müntzer, who spoke in words they understood, who knelt in the same chapels, who walked the same muddy roads. These leaders were not kings. They were neighbors, thinkers, servants of the same tired land. And yet, they carried the hopes of thousands. Still, the rebels were not unified in strategy. Some sought peaceful resolution. Others, driven by years of cruelty, called for deeper change. But all were bound by one belief, that their lives were worth more than obedience, that the land should not belong only to those who had never tilled it. As the groups grew, they began to form what they called Christian brotherhoods, not armies, but communities with shared oaths, simple codes of conduct, a commitment to justice without needless harm. Wherever they passed, they left behind not just footprints, but ideas. That freedom was not given, it was remembered. That dignity was not granted, it was reclaimed. And even when they faced walls or locked gates, or soldiers waiting with cold steel, they stood. Sometimes they were turned away. Sometimes they were met with kindness. Sometimes they were not. But always they walked forward. Always the road continued. The rebellion, if it could yet be called that, was still quiet, still rooted in discipline and prayer. But it had a direction now. It was not just a wish. It was a movement. And like all movements shaped by shared suffering and quiet courage, it began to grow in ways no lord could measure. Now, as you rest, your breath deep and calm, you might imagine one of these groups moving slowly at dusk, boots crunching on the road, the sky dimming, the scent of firewood ahead, and behind them, nothing but the fields they once worked in silence. They do not speak loudly, they do not seek to be feared. They walk together because they must, because the world they knew has shifted, and because sometimes even the most peaceful hearts must rise. As the weeks passed and the days grew longer, the movements that once felt like quiet ripples began to press more firmly against the shores of power. Villages that had once waited for news were now sending messengers. Forest clearings where groups once whispered now echoed with soft chants and shared prayers. In places where lords refused to listen, peasants arrived in numbers too large to ignore, sometimes 50, sometimes 500, never armored, never trained, but steady in step and full of purpose. And when their words were dismissed, and their papers torn, and their rights denied again, something inside them began to shift. Not quickly, not violently, but undeniably. The hands that had once shaped bread and tilled the soil now closed more firmly around tool handles. Not out of hatred, but out of something deeper and more aching. A need to defend not only their lives, but their right to exist with dignity. Skirmishes began to emerge, though they were often short, confused, and unbalanced. In some towns, a manor was seized without a drop of blood. In others, a toll house was burned not to harm, but to erase a symbol. The peasants did not call this war. To them, it was still a plea, still a final, painful request to be heard. But the lords, seeing the gathering strength, responded as they always had, with soldiers, orders, proclamations, and blades. And thus the line, once blurred, began to sharpen. In towns like Memmingen, in fields near Leipheim, and along the river banks of the Rhineland, the silence began to crack. The peasants held what ground they could. They prayed before they acted. They spared those who surrendered. They punished cruelty more than status. Their flags were not made of silk. They were stitched from old cloth, painted with crosses or tools or phrases passed through generations. When Adam dug an Eve span, who was then the gentleman? A question that echoed louder than any trumpet. Still, for all their resolve, the peasants lacked the things their enemies held: discipline, weaponry, armor, gold. But they had something else. They had conviction, they had memory, and they had each other. As word of each confrontation spread, some villages hesitated. Others rose more quickly. In every place, the decision was not made lightly. Husbands looked at wives, mothers looked at sons. Grandfathers stood with the weight of old wars on their shoulders and asked whether this one could be different. And through it all, the sky remained the same, vast, unmoved, watching. The seasons turned, crops needed planting, families needed food, and still the road called. Some groups began to join forces, forming larger bodies, organizing more deliberately. There were codes, rules, prayers. They sought justice, not conquest. They dreamed of peace, not power. But peace, they had learned, would not come from waiting. It would have to be earned. In one village, a man named Hans carried with him a wooden cross wrapped in a strip of linen, stained by his father's blood, lost in a famine long ago. He said nothing during the meetings, but when others argued over strategy, he simply stood, placed the cross in the center, and reminded them what they were fighting for. Not revenge, but remembrance. Not hatred, but hope. And others listened. Because in times of uncertainty, it is not the loudest voice that leads. It is the quietest one that holds steady when others tremble. As night fell across the valleys, the people lit fires not to signal war, but to keep warm, to cook what little they had, and to sit in circles telling stories of how the world used to be, when land was shared, when neighbors were kin, when a man could raise his child without fear of winter or tax. These stories did not fade. They deepened. They became reasons. And slowly, across forests and rivers and farmlands, the rebellion began to take form. Not as chaos, but as clarity. Now, as you lie still, your breathing slow and easy, picture those fires glowing beneath stars, smoke curling into the night, and the soft murmur of voices carrying memories across the dark. They do not dream of empire, they dream of balance, of fairness, of a world returned to something simpler. And though the path ahead is uncertain, they walk it with purpose, together. There came a moment, quiet as a breath held in the space between two thoughts, when the rebellion no longer felt like something beginning, but something fully formed. Not a crowd, but a body, not a wish, but a will. And yet it was still wrapped in silence, not the silence of fear, but of reverence. For the land they stood on, for the people beside them, for the path behind and the road ahead, across meadows and hilltops, through forests now waking with the full bloom of spring, the peasant groups marched in growing numbers, not in chaos but in rows, not in shouts but in songs. They carried with them what little they had, water in leather pouches, dried bread in cloth sacks, crosses carved from pine, and sometimes only the memory of a promise that life could be something more. Their leaders walked among them, not above them. Some had once been priests, others former soldiers, and many just farmers who had spoken aloud what others had only thought. They did not wear armor. They wore resolve. Their eyes bore the same fatigue as everyone else's, but behind it burned a clarity that had no need for swords to feel sharp. They gathered near cities not to conquer, but to call out, to ask once more to be heard, to be recognized. And in a few places, those within the walls listened. For a moment, it seemed possible. Agreements were drawn, rights were discussed. Lords met with peasants and gave nods that felt like beginnings. And yet, in many places, fear took root, not among the peasants, but among those who had never known hunger, who had never bent their backs to the earth, who had ruled from rooms far above the dust and quiet patience of the fields. These lords sent for soldiers, summoned alliances, reached for armor, and in doing so, the air changed. The road that once felt open and wide began to narrow. The peasants, still hopeful, still moving forward, now felt the shadows behind them deepen. Rumors came first, of forces gathering, of cities closed to them, of men on horseback seen along the ridgelines. But still, they did not turn back. They continued because their cause was just, and because turning back meant returning not only to old fields, but to old silence. They set up camps near rivers, made shelters from woven branches and spare cloth. They shared food, stories, prayer. They mended boots with twine and fixed tools with iron scavenged from ruined carts. Every action was ordinary, but sacred, because they were doing it together. Because they were shaping something no edict could erase. At night, the fires flickered against their faces. Faces young and old, men and women, some barely more than children, carrying memories of parents taken by hunger or war. Others who had seen too many winters and knew this would be their final march, but walked anyway. Not because they sought glory, but because they refused to leave the world as it was. They carved wooden medallions to wear, marked with the symbols of their cause. Not saints, not swords, but plows, hammers, the sun rising over the earth. They braided them with twine and wore them around their necks like shields, not to protect, but to remember. And though they still hoped for peace, they began to prepare for what might come. Some trained with staffs, others sharpened scythes, not for attack, but for defense. Each man knew the feel of a blade used for harvest. Now they learned to hold it differently, slowly, reluctantly, with the sadness of one who wishes there were another way. And all the while, the songs continued, low, steady, often in harmony, songs that spoke of better days, of simpler times, of a world where a man's labor was his own, and a child's future was not bought by another's coin. These were not battle songs. They were lullabies for the soul, anchors in a sea of change. And as they sang, they stood taller, not as warriors, but as witnesses to their own worth. Now as you rest here, your breath quiet, your limbs heavy, you might imagine standing among them in the misty half-light of dawn, the grass damp beneath your feet, the camp quiet but waking, the sky just beginning to glow. Around you, people move with care, not because they are afraid, but because they know the day ahead holds weight. And in that stillness, you feel it too, that this is not just a march, it is a memory being made, a story unfolding, and for one long moment, the world holds its breath with them. The wind changed before the soldiers were seen. It carried with it a stillness too sharp, too sudden, like the hush that comes before rain or thunder. The scouts returned early from the ridgeline, speaking softly, their eyes lowered not in fear, but in recognition. The time had come. What had once been rumor was now certainty. The princes had moved. Their men were near, trained, armored, mounted. They bore standards that glinted even in overcast skies, and their horses wore armor that rattled like distant bells. The peasant camps did not panic. There was no screaming, no rushing, just a quiet tension, like a thread pulled taut. Men and women stood beside one another in silence, some with tools in hand, others with nothing but their voices. They looked to one another, not for orders, but for reassurance. No one expected to win, not in the way victory is often imagined. But many still hoped. Hoped that words might still be heard, that blood might still be spared, that some corner of reason might yet bloom in the minds of those behind steel helmets and castle walls. Some approached the soldiers with the 12 articles in hand, offering the parchment like a shield, the words like a final plea. "We are your people," they said. "We ask only for fairness." But the soldiers did not come to listen. They had come to end, to scatter, to remind. What followed was not swift. It was slow, as if time itself did not want to watch. The first blows were not loud, but final. Shields struck not just bodies, but beliefs. The peasants stood where they could, some defending, some retreating, some simply standing still, unwilling to raise a hand against those who might once have eaten at the same table, prayed in the same chapel, tilled the same fields before titles split them apart. There were screams, but not from anger, from disbelief, from the heartbreak of a world breaking itself open. Fires were lit, not for warmth, but for destruction. Fields that once fed both lord and laborer were burned without hesitation. Churches that had stood for generations now echoed with the clang of swords and the heavy thud of boots. The songs the peasants had sung now hung like smoke in the air, half remembered, half choked. And still, some fought back, not to win, but to protect, to shield one another, to delay. Others fled, carrying what they could, often just a name, a story, a dream that now smoldered in the ashes behind them. In towns where they once gathered, gallows were built. Leaders were named, arrested, executed. Not for crimes, but for questions, for daring to say that a different world might be possible. Some were hanged beside the very roads they had once walked together. Others were buried quietly by their families, beneath trees that now heard only the rustling of regret. And yet, even in loss, there was something that refused to disappear. The memory of what they had stood for remained. It lingered in the minds of those who survived, those who hid in forests, those who returned to the fields with fewer neighbors and heavier hearts. It lived in the shape of old tools passed from father to son, in stories whispered before sleep, in the way hands touched the soil with a little more reverence, knowing what had been risked to claim it. In the cities, the lords declared order restored. Decrees were nailed to doors, taxes were resumed, services were held as if nothing had ever shaken the altar. But something had. And though the rebellion had quieted, it had not vanished. It had only changed shape. Now, as you lie still, eyes closed, mind soft with rest, imagine the wind moving once again across those same fields, no longer filled with fire or shouting, just wind, and in it the echo of footsteps, the trace of songs, the breath of hope that never quite leaves the earth. The rebellion is over, but its spirit sleeps only for a while. Like seeds beneath the soil, waiting. The days after the fighting ended were not marked by trumpets or speeches. They arrived quietly, almost uncertainly, like dawn on a fog-covered morning when the sun struggles to find its way through the mist. In the villages, silence returned. Not the peaceful silence of prayer or rest, but a heavy, grieving hush that settled between houses, in corners of empty rooms, in fields where footsteps no longer passed. Survivors moved carefully, as though the air itself had become fragile. They rebuilt fences, patched roofs, gathered what little remained of their belongings. The soil had not forgotten them, and so they returned to it. Plowing again, planting again, hands rough with work, hearts slower to mend. In some towns, memories were spoken only in whispers. In others, not at all. The names of the lost were carried in silence, tied to doorways with bits of cloth, carved gently into the bark of old trees, or spoken softly into the evening wind. The church bells rang again, not to summon, but to remind. That time moved forward. That life, however changed, continued. Children who had watched their fathers vanish into the march now asked questions that mothers could not answer. Elders sat beside firelight and stared into embers, remembering when the world had still felt steady beneath their feet. And yet, something subtle remained. Not hope exactly, not yet, but something like a root still alive beneath winter frost, a memory shaped into a lesson. For even though the rebellion had been crushed, its reasons had not been erased. The hunger, the injustice, the desire for dignity, those still lingered, not just in the hearts of the poor, but in the quiet corners of the powerful. A few lords lowered their taxes, not out of guilt, but because they feared the soil might speak again. Some clergy began to preach not only of obedience, but of mercy. And in hidden places, between lines and letters, in the margins of ledgers, in the stories told around new fires, the spirit of the movement flickered like a candle that had been shielded from the wind. Farmers began to form silent alliances, not to rise again in arms, but to protect one another, to trade fairly, to support widows, to teach their children not only how to plant wheat, but how to speak with truth. In the evenings, when the fields had grown quiet and the sky turned gold, songs began to return, not the old ones, not exactly, new verses, stitched together with threads of sorrow and strength, songs of those who had stood together, even when the earth shook beneath them. And slowly, without ceremony, the world took on a new rhythm. Seasons passed, wheat grew, cattle returned to pasture. Children played where once men had stood in lines, waiting for a future they could not see. But the ground remembered, and so did the people. They remembered not only the pain, but the purpose. They remembered how it had felt to walk side by side, to speak with one voice, to believe, if only for a season, that change could begin from below, like seeds rising toward the sun. Historians would one day write of these events in numbers and dates, in chapters and consequences. But those who had lived it carried something different. They carried the weight of things felt, not just known, of choices made with trembling hands and steady hearts. And though many of them grew old without ever speaking of that time again, they left traces, woven into lullabies, etched into tools passed down, folded into prayers that asked not only for rain, but for fairness. Now, as your breath softens, as your body sinks deeper into stillness, imagine standing in one of those fields. Years later, nothing in sight but waving grain and sky. The war is gone. The noise has faded, but beneath the soil, something lives. A story, a memory, a quiet rebellion that asks not to rule, but to be seen. And in that quiet, there is peace. Years passed, and the story of the peasants' wars slipped quietly into the folds of time. The cities that once trembled behind their walls returned to their routines. The castles that had watched from their hills remained, their stones untouched, though the air around them seemed changed in ways no eye could name. In the villages, life resumed its gentle churn, seasons passing like old songs, fields returning to their steady breath, children growing tall beside the tools their fathers once carried to protest rather than to plow. Yet even as the world seemed to right itself, something invisible had shifted, not in laws or ledgers, not in thrones or crowns, but in the way people held themselves, in how they listened to one another, in the way elders sat by the fire and, without speaking names, told stories of courage that grew in common soil. The names of those who had walked together across rivers and hills, who had stood beneath cold skies with nothing but words and hope, were not carved in stone. They were remembered in gestures, in glances, in the careful way a hand was placed on a shoulder when hardship came. Their rebellion, crushed by sword and decree, was not a failure. It was a beginning, not loud, not immediate, but slow and steady, like the erosion of rock by water, quiet, patient, impossible to undo. As generations turned, whispers of what had been began to rise again in different forms, not with scythes raised, but with thoughts spoken aloud, with questions asked gently but persistently. In towns that had once bowed low without question, young voices began to ask why things were as they were. And though the answers did not come easily, the asking was enough to keep the story alive. A teacher might pause in a lesson and speak, just briefly, of a time when farmers stood side by side for justice. A grandmother, brushing flour from her apron, might hum an old tune and, when asked its meaning, simply smile. These moments were small, but they were seeds. And in some deep corner of the collective memory, The field still held the echo of footsteps. The sky still remembered the smoke from those quiet camps. And the wind, when it moved just right across the long grasses, carried with it something that felt like purpose. The rebellion never wanted to conquer. It wanted to be heard. And in time, even the silence that followed became its voice. Now, centuries later, when the records are read and the dates recited, it is easy to forget the human weight behind them. The father who left before sunrise, hoping not to return with glory, but with change. The mother who watched from her doorway, heart split between fear and pride. The child who grew up never knowing their name was once carried by a man who walked with others in the name of fairness. These were not warriors, they were farmers, bakers, shepherds. And yet they did something rare. They believed that dignity belonged to all, and that even without power they could speak. Even without wealth they could rise. Even without weapons they could matter. And so they did. Not forever, not loudly, but deeply. Enough that even now, as you lie still, wrapped in warmth, breath steady and soft, their story finds its way to you. Not to disturb your rest, but to share it. To walk with you a little while longer. To remind you that history is not only made by kings or written in gold. Sometimes it is written in footsteps across a frozen field, in a shared loaf of bread beneath the stars, in a voice that quivers but does not break. And sometimes it is not written at all, but remembered in sleep, in silence, in peace. Not every rebellion ends when the swords are sheathed and the verdicts written. Some continue not in action, but in thought, in memory, in the quiet inheritance of those who listen more deeply than they speak. In the decades that followed the peasant wars, the land healed with time, as it always does, though scars remained beneath the surface. Crops once again swayed in the wind. Tools returned to their rightful work. Children born after the silence grew up among stories spoken in half-phrases, fragments of names etched into barn walls, or carved into the beams of wooden cottages where laughter would eventually return. But those who had walked the long road of protest, who had stood in the early morning light with hope pressed tightly in their hands, were not so easily forgotten. Their legacy remained not in monuments, for none were built for them, but in something far quieter. The way a man shared his harvest with a neighbor in need, or the way a village chose to care for its poorest not by decree, but by habit. Even in places where their names were never spoken again, the shape of what they had tried to do lingered like the memory of a fire long extinguished, its warmth faint but still traceable in the stones. A century passed, and another. And though kings rose and fell, though maps were redrawn and battles fought on distant lands, the questions the peasants had once asked never truly vanished. They changed their form, their voice, their timing. They were hidden in books, slipped into sermons, whispered between friends, and sometimes, in moments that seemed ordinary, they surfaced. In the way a craftsman refused to overcharge a customer. In the way a town chose to vote as one against an unjust tax. In the way someone paused, looked at another, and said simply, "That isn't fair." These were not revolutions, but remnants. Ripples that extended outward from a quiet storm long since past. And in this way, the rebellion continued, not to overthrow, but to remind. That justice was not an invention, but a return. That dignity was not granted, but remembered. There were scholars eventually who tried to gather the history of that time. They combed through letters, court records, scattered documents that had survived fire and damp. They tried to piece together what had happened. They spoke of causes and outcomes, of economic shifts and feudal tensions. But they rarely captured what mattered most. The look in a man's eyes when he first believed his voice could carry beyond his own doorstep. Or the tremble in a mother's hands as she watched her son join a march that might not return. These things were not written down, and so they lived elsewhere, in silence, in story, in sleep. On rainy days, when wind rustled the branches and the fire inside was soft and low, old villagers would sometimes speak. Not of battles, but of a feeling. That once long ago, people rose together, not because they hated their masters, but because they loved what they believed life could be. They didn't want to rule. They wanted to matter, to be heard before they were buried, to have their labor seen as something sacred, not bought and sold like grain. And so, in each quiet act of fairness, in each gentle resistance to cruelty, the spirit of their cause lived on. Not grand, not glorious, but steady, the kind of steady that outlasts empires. And now, as you lie here in stillness, the weight of blankets against you like the press of time itself, know that their story didn't end. It rests. It breathes in fields and forests and voices soft with sleep. It waits, not to rise again, but to be remembered. Not by history books, but by the hearts of those who still believe in the quiet power of standing together, even if only in silence. In the end, the quiet rebellion faded, not because it failed, but because it became part of everything. Like water sinking into soil, it was no longer seen, yet it nourished all that came after. The fields where the peasants once gathered became meadows again. Wildflowers grew where footsteps once marched. The rivers they crossed continued to run, unaware of the voices that once rose above their banks, asking only to be heard. Life, with its tireless persistence, moved forward. And yet something lingered, something not written into royal charters or carved into marble. It lived instead in the memory of places. A particular hill where men once stood shoulder to shoulder, a crossroads where prayers were whispered instead of commands, a tree beneath which a promise was made, broken, remembered. Time has a way of polishing away detail, smoothing out the edges of history until only outlines remain. But those outlines still speak, softly, if one knows how to listen. And so, in the quiet corners of Europe, in towns that no longer recall the names of the fallen, the rebellion breathes gently through habit and instinct. A farmer who refuses to cheat his buyer, a teacher who reminds her students that dignity is not something to be earned, but something that belongs to them already, a child who watches injustice and feels, without knowing why, that it should not stand. These are the last ripples of the storm. They do not seek recognition, they do not shout, but they are steady, and steadiness, more than strength, is what lasts. As generations turn and the centuries slip further away, there are still nights when the wind moves through old forests and the moonlight touches ancient stone, and something unspoken stirs in the air. Not the rebellion itself, but the idea behind it, that even the smallest voice, when joined with others, becomes something more than sound. It becomes memory, it becomes legacy, and eventually it becomes silence again, the kind that holds meaning. And now, as you lie still, perhaps far from those fields and far from those times, you carry something of their story with you. Not the sorrow, not the pain, but the thread, the quiet, enduring thread that runs through all people who have ever longed for fairness, for dignity, for the right to stand with their head unbowed. It is not a thread made of pride or victory. It is made of patience, of standing still in the face of power and choosing not to look away, of enduring not because one must, but because one believes the earth beneath one's feet deserves more. So let this story rest now. Let the names return to silence. Let the dust of history settle gently over all that has been. There are no more battles here, no more speeches, only the soft turning of the world and the slow, steady breath of those who sleep in peace. The rebellion is over, the voices have grown quiet, and the night, wrapped in stillness, holds them like a lullaby. Nothing more is needed, nothing more must be said. Only this, that they lived, they rose, and they are remembered. You've just listened to the quiet echoes of the peasants' wars, a story not of triumph, but of dignity whispered across time. Let those memories fade gently now, like footprints in soft earth. And as your body sinks deeper into stillness, we journey next into the sands, vast, endless, silent. Beneath the scorching breath of the Sahara Desert lie stories buried not just in sand, but in forgetting. Tonight, we follow faint trails through the dunes, into the ruins of cities once alive with trade, voices, and dreams. Cities lost, not to war, but to time. So make sure your volume is low, lie completely still, breathe gently, and let your mind drift as we begin the story of the lost cities beneath the Sahara Desert. The Sahara, vast and shimmering beneath an endless sky, is known today for its silence and its sand, its dunes that stretch without interruption, swallowing the horizon in soft golden waves. But buried beneath that silence, hidden under centuries of shifting terrain, lie the forgotten whispers of cities that once breathed with life. Long before the desert claimed the land, there were settlements, communities, and trade routes that wove through what was then a greener, more forgiving landscape. The ancient city of Garama, for instance, nestled deep within the Libyan Fezzan, was once a thriving capital of the Garamantian kingdom, known not only for its skill in desert survival, but also for its network of underground irrigation channels that drew water to the surface like secrets rising from deep memory. This was not an isolated case. Across what is now considered arid wasteland, people lived in fortified towns with granaries, stone walls, and bustling markets where goods from the Mediterranean mingled with treasures from sub-Saharan Africa. Camels had not yet fully taken over as the desert's dominant travelers. Ox-drawn carts and donkeys were more common in the early centuries of these cities. The climate, though drier than it once was, still supported trees and harvests, enough for populations to flourish. In the town of Tadmika, which would later be described by Arab geographers as a city of gold, early inhabitants traded in salt and metal and bore witness to a time when Saharan trade was not yet legendary, but local and intimate. Remnants of mud brick homes, buried beneath layers of sediment and time, tell of structured societies, of lives lived with rhythm and purpose. The wind that blows today across empty plains once carried the scent of bread and smoke and voices calling to one another over morning light. Far to the west, the city of Kumbisale, long debated by historians and often romanticized in lore, is believed to have been the capital of the Ghana Empire. It sat at the edge of the desert, bridging forest and dune, and welcomed traders from across the continent. The city was said to be divided into two halves, one inhabited by local dwellers and the other by Muslim merchants who had traveled north across the harsh terrain, drawn by the lure of gold and ivory. Though it would be centuries before the trans-Saharan trade fully boomed with caravans numbering in the hundreds, the foundations were laid in these cities now lost to time. Today, archaeologists walk carefully across these landscapes, guided not by maps, but by intuition and the rare glint of pottery, or a fragment of stone too precise to be nature's doing. Every now and then, when the wind dies down and the sand settles just right, a corner of a wall appears, or a path once trodden by countless feet reveals itself for a moment before being buried again. These are not the grand ruins of Rome or the towering remains of Egyptian temples. These cities were made of earth and clay, shaped to suit the climate, and were meant more for use than for awe. But they were no less important. They held lives, dreams, and knowledge passed hand to hand, generation to generation. There are no great monuments to these cities, no sweeping documentaries play in theaters about them, but they endure in fragments and in silence. The desert did not destroy them. It simply covered them with a kind of reverence, as if tucking them gently to sleep. And now, as your breath slows, as the world around you softens into the calm of the night, let yourself walk those buried streets. Feel the dust underfoot, hear the faded murmur of a merchant counting coins, or the distant laughter of children at play in alleyways now long gone. These cities may be forgotten by history books, but not by the desert. And not by you, not tonight. To walk through the imagined streets of these vanished cities is to enter a world that once pulsed with rhythm, routine, and quiet ambition. The sun, relentless in its descent each afternoon, would cast long shadows between the low buildings made of baked clay and sun-dried brick. The people who lived here followed the pace of nature, waking early to tend to goats or grind grain, resting during the heat of midday, beneath palm-thatched awnings, and gathering again in the cooler dusk when the light turned amber and the horizon seemed to hum. There were markets, though not grand or crowded, where dates were stacked in neat piles beside bundles of dried herbs and tiny jars of ochre pigment. Traders might come from neighboring villages or distant places, their wares wrapped in worn cloth and their faces weathered by wind and sand. They brought stories, too, tales of the coast, of rainfall in lands that knew no drought, of emperors who ruled where rivers flowed like silver. Children, barefoot and curious, would follow the travelers, laughing as they ran ahead to guess what rare treasure might be inside a woven basket or beneath a camel's worn blanket. In some of these cities, especially those near ancient water tables, there were gardens. Not large or lush, but enough to grow pomegranates, lentils, and onions. Women carried water in rounded clay jars balanced on their heads, the motion smooth, the balance practiced over generations. These same women gathered at wells not only for water, but for gossip, comfort, and song. The songs were simple, almost chants, passed down through memory, never written, held only in the rhythm of voice and footstep. Religion, too, took root in these quiet places. Shrines were built not of marble, but of mud, marked with white symbols or feathers, and visited with reverence. As Islam spread across the Sahara, through gentle waves of trade rather than war, some of these cities adapted slowly, blending older beliefs with new rituals. A prayer mat unrolled beside a wooden idol, a verse of the Quran recited alongside a story of ancestors. These cities did not see change as a threat. They absorbed it like rain into dry ground. And so, over time, they grew not just in number, but in soul. Their importance was not in size or fame, but in their role as threads, delicate, often invisible, that wove the vast fabric of early trans-Saharan culture. They connected the empires to the south with the civilizations to the north. Gold mined in the forests of West Africa passed through these hands, as did salt carved from ancient seabeds. It was not only goods that moved, but ideas. Words from Berber dialects blended with Arabic, which then met the tongues of traders from even farther east. A traveler might arrive in one city with only silence and leave days later with new phrases on his tongue, new spices in his satchel, and a new sense of wonder tucked into his sleep. But time, as always, continued forward. The climate began to change again. Rain came less often, wells ran dry, and when the camels became the dominant force of trade, the routes themselves shifted. New paths were carved into the sand, bypassing old towns, leaving them to fade not in violence, but in forgetfulness. Some were abandoned slowly, house by house, family by family. Others vanished quickly, swallowed by a storm or buried beneath a sudden shift in the dunes. Their names, if ever written, did not survive. And now, as you rest, somewhere far from the desert's breath, you may find yourself walking through one of these places in your mind. You may feel the breeze that carries both warmth and history, or hear the murmur of distant bells tied to a caravan's lead camel. Do not rush. There is no need to remember every detail. Let the city come to you gently, like a memory you've never lived, but somehow know. A lost city beneath the Sahara. Silent now, but still breathing in stories. Among the many cities that once dotted the edge of the Sahara, few carry as much mystique as the city of Jado, perched in the northeastern corner of what is now Niger. Today, its remnants stand quietly under the vast desert sky, crumbled walls of red clay and ghostly towers that resemble forgotten sentinels, weathered but unbowed. No one knows exactly why Jado was abandoned. Some say it was drought, others speak of conflict or disease, and still others believe that shifting trade routes simply left it behind, like an old tune no longer sung. But before the silence settled, Jado had life. The people who lived there built their homes from mud and palm wood, stacking layers carefully to protect against heat and wind. From above, the city might have appeared like a soft patchwork of terracotta and shadow, each home pressed gently beside the next. The streets were narrow, carved by feet rather than design, winding between dwellings in patterns that reflected movement more than architecture. There were no grand palaces, only modest dwellings, workshops, and open-air gathering spaces where community came before wealth. On certain days, the scent of spiced grain might drift through the city as families prepared meals to share. Children chased one another between doorways, ducking beneath hanging cloths and laughing as the dust curled around their ankles. Traders brought salt from Bilma and copper from further east, their camels forming slow, swaying lines on the horizon, arriving with the patience only the desert understands. They spoke in tongues that blended Tuareg, Hausa, Arabic, and bits of ancient dialects now mostly forgotten, creating a musical rhythm to daily exchange. The people of Jado lived not in isolation, but in quiet connection with other cities, with a desert, with the unseen world that shaped their understanding of life. They told stories by firelight of spirits in the sand, of stars that could guide lost travelers, and of ancestors who watched with silent eyes from the cliffs above. Religion was woven into daily rhythm, not as law but as breath. Before sleep, many would whisper short prayers, not for riches, but for peace, for safe travels, for the health of their children and the blessing of steady water. And yet, over time, something shifted. The wells became shallow, the palms thinned, trade began to favor new routes, and fewer travelers came through the gate. Those who stayed noticed the change first in the air, then in the soil. It was harder to grow food, harder to gather enough water. One by one, families began to leave, seeking better land, more stable ground, safer passage. When the last of them departed, they left behind not just buildings, but echoes. Whispers in the wind, the faint impression of footprints, and the quiet dignity of a place that had served its people well. Now, when modern travelers pass through Jado, they find the ruins half buried and half standing, touched by time but not erased. The desert does not rush to destroy. It merely waits. And in that waiting, the city has found a kind of immortality. The sun rises over its ruins as it once rose over its rooftops, casting the same golden light through crumbled arches and over broken thresholds. Lizards scurry along walls once touched by human hands. The wind hums through empty corridors. And in the silence, one might still imagine the voice of a mother calling her child home, or the gentle clink of metal as a trader settles for the night. These are not ghosts. They are memories etched into the land itself. Jado, like so many cities lost to the sand, may no longer bustle with life, but it endures in form and in feeling, waiting not to be rediscovered, but simply remembered. And as you lie still now, your breath slow, your thoughts adrift, let the desert carry you across time to those forgotten streets where life once moved at the pace of the sun and ended not with fire, but with stillness. To understand the story of lost cities beneath the Sahara, one must also understand how memory moves through sand, not quickly or clearly, but slowly and with resistance, like water absorbed into a dry sponge. Another city, less spoken of but no less mysterious, lies in the region now known as southern Algeria. Once a cradle for early Saharan culture, the Tassili Niger Plateau, though not a city in the traditional sense, holds the rock paintings and engravings of people who lived, gathered, hunted, and perhaps worshipped long before written records. These people left no bricks or buildings behind, only images. But those images, etched into stone with care and patient repetition, tell a story as vibrant as any city street. Herds of cattle, figures with outstretched arms, boats floating across what appears to be water, all carved into stone that now faces a world of endless dryness. These images suggest a Sahara that once breathed with greenery, where rain fell regularly and rivers curved through wide valleys. The cities of that time, if they existed in ways we might recognize, were not made of walls and markets, but of circles of tents, fire pits, and temporary shelters that moved with the seasons. Yet they were still centers of life, community, and tradition. The Sahara was not always a desert. Thousands of years ago, during what scientists call the African humid period, this vast expanse was dotted with lakes, grasslands, and forests. People thrived in areas that today seem utterly inhospitable. In this ancient time, the desert was a home, not a barrier. The migration of communities, the sharing of resources, and the quiet rituals of daily life created an invisible web of culture across what would later become an ocean of sand. When the climate shifted, slowly and without mercy, these people did not immediately disappear. They adapted, moving gradually toward the coasts or toward higher ground, taking with them what they could: stories, songs, and perhaps a few treasured items handed from parent to child. What they left behind was not abandoned, but offered, to time, to wind, to the vast stillness that followed. And today, beneath layers of silence, the remnants wait. Occasionally, explorers find fragments: a broken tool, a smoothed potsherd, a fossilized bone resting just below the surface. Each item is small, unremarkable to the hurried eye, but each holds weight, not because of its craftsmanship, but because of its endurance. These fragments, like the people who left them, ask for no recognition. They speak only in whispers. This is where we lived. This is where we laughed. This is where we left our mark. And in some sense, they are never truly lost. As long as someone looks, or wonders, or simply listens to the wind as it brushes the surface of ancient stone, the cities endure, not in the way of towering ruins or majestic tombs, but in the quiet dignity of presence. They existed. They mattered. They remain. And now, as you let your breath become slower and your eyes begin to close, allow yourself to drift to that earlier Sahara, a Sahara not of heat and danger, but of rhythm and community. Imagine the voices of elders telling tales by a flickering fire, the hush of grass bending beneath the feet of travelers, the cool splash of water in a basin carved from rock. Let the images settle gently into your thoughts. Rock paintings beneath a sky full of stars, silent valleys that once knew the sound of drums and dance, and the steady heartbeat of a people in tune with the earth. These are the cities beneath the Sahara. They do not rise again, but they do not vanish either. They live in the long memory of land. And now, they live in your dreams. In the heart of the desert, where even the wind moves with hesitation and the sun leaves everything bleached and brittle, there once stood the city of Tikrit. Today, little remains but stone foundations and the faded memory of what was once a complex civilization. Located in present-day Mauritania, the region of Tikrit was home to one of West Africa's earliest known urban settlements. Long before the rise of Ghana or Mali, before gold and salt-shaped kingdoms, there were farmers and stone builders here, quiet architects of a life molded not by empires, but by endurance. The people of Tikrit did not build with grandeur in mind. Their structures were modest, circular or rectangular, built of carefully stacked stones without mortar, resting close to the earth. Their walls were low, their rooms small, yet their cities spread across the rocky plateaus in deliberate patterns, revealing a level of social organization far more sophisticated than the simplicity of their tools might suggest. They raised cattle and cultivated millet, collecting rain in shallow depressions and storing grain in silos that still whisper of patient planning. Their lives were marked by rhythm, sunrise and animal calls, the scrape of stone tools against wood, the rustle of grass as the wind passed through. Life in Tikrit was not easy, but it was stable, sustained by knowledge passed from one generation to the next. Not written, but lived. The desert was encroaching even then. Slowly it crept forward, year by year, like a long sigh across the plains, but the people adapted. They shifted fields, moved herds, repaired walls worn by time and weather. And yet, even adaptation has its limit. Over centuries, the climate changed again. Rain grew scarcer, and the land that once supported life became increasingly dry, brittle, and reluctant to yield. The people of Tikrit began to move, leaving behind homes, granaries, and the echoes of footsteps on stone paths that no longer led to water. Some say they moved southward, giving rise to later cultures in the Sahel, carrying with them the seeds of agriculture and architecture. Others believe they scattered, folding their traditions into the sands, letting them dissolve slowly into oral tales and desert myth. What remains now are dry ruins. But if you look closely, if you listen not with your ears, but with stillness, you can sense a kind of presence, an invisible thread linking you to those who once lived with the land, not against it. The Sahara holds no judgment. It covers and reveals, erases and preserves, in no particular order. The stones of Tikrit remain not because they resisted, but because they belonged. And as night deepens and the world around you fades into shadow, imagine standing on that plateau, the wind brushing your skin, the last rays of sun turning the stones to gold. There is no sound, no movement, only the weight of ancient time pressing gently into your shoulders. Perhaps in the distance, you hear the faint lowing of cattle, or the whisper of grain poured into an empty bowl. You are not alone. Though the people are gone, their choices remain. In the layout of a village, in the angle of a wall, in the shape of a stone shaped by hand. These were not kings or warriors or builders of empires. They were people who endured, and in that endurance lies a kind of greatness not celebrated in books, but carried forward in memory, in stone, and now in sleep. Far across the desert's western flank, along the edges of ancient trade routes now softened by sand, lay the city of Walata, a place once known for its rich manuscripts, painted walls, and the gentle hum of scholarly life. In modern times, it still stands in faded form, a pale echo of its former brilliance, nestled in southeastern Mauritania, where the desert blurs into the Sahel. But centuries ago, Walata was a flourishing hub of culture, where travelers stopped not only to barter goods, but to exchange ideas, stories, and the quiet wisdom recorded by hand on pages of parchment. The city's architecture was unique for its delicate geometric motifs, carved and painted onto walls with white, red, and black earth pigments. From a distance, the buildings may have seemed simple, but up close, every corner spoke of care, of intention, of a culture that saw beauty in repetition, in order, in the soft curve of a pattern traced by generations. Women were the keepers of this art, painting the facades of homes with symbols that meant more than decoration. They were silent prayers for prosperity, for peace, for the continuity of life, even when the world around them trembled with change. Inside these homes, shaded from the harsh sun by thick walls and small openings, families gathered to share food, stories, and lessons. Children sat on woven mats beside their elders, listening as tales were told slowly, deliberately, so each word might sink deep. The stories were never rushed, because time in Walata moved gently. When the call to prayer echoed across the town, it joined the breeze like another layer of the desert's endless whisper. At night, the stars above seemed to rest closer to the rooftops, watching, listening. Walata's strength came not from armies or fortresses, but from memory and preservation. It became part of a long network of towns and cities linked by learning, Timbuktu to the east, Chinguetti to the west, where books were copied and read with reverence. Some of these texts were scientific, others poetic, others spiritual. In Walata, a scholar could spend his life in a single room, surrounded by shelves of fragile wisdom, without ever needing to leave. But trade was still vital, and caravans came through regularly, their paths etched into the sand like veins of history. They brought salt, cloth, beads, and news of distant lands. They took away dates, knowledge, and stories passed from tongue to tongue, changing slightly with each retelling. Yet even Walata could not escape the slow erosion of time. As trade routes shifted and more powerful cities rose and fell, the quiet rhythm of Walata softened. Fewer caravans came. The manuscripts aged. The painted walls began to chip and peel. But the spirit of this place, the feeling of a city wrapped in thought and stillness, never disappeared. Even now, travelers who arrive are often struck not by grandeur, but by the gentleness of what remains. A painted doorway, faded but still proud. A room where sunlight lands on a manuscript open to a page about stars. A child's laughter echoing in a narrow alley where countless feet once walked. And perhaps, if you let your imagination settle, you too can walk those streets now. Let your feet find the paths between mud brick walls. Let your hands brush the carvings left by others. Let your breath fall into step with the old rhythms, morning prayer, midday rest, evening study by oil lamp. The city lives on, not in noise, but in the quiet persistence of all that was once cherished. Walata is not lost. It simply waits, its voice low and steady, woven into the long hush of the Sahara. As we move deeper into the desert's memory, we find a city whose legacy lives more in legend than in stone. Zerzura, the fabled white city, hidden somewhere in the vast Libyan desert. Unlike Tikrit or Walata, whose ruins whisper through broken walls and sun-bleached stones, Zerzura is a city of dreams, a place spoken of in hushed tones by travelers and mapmakers who never saw it with their own eyes but felt it just beyond the horizon. The earliest mentions of Zerzura appear in medieval Arabic texts, which describe a lush valley surrounded by white buildings, palm trees heavy with fruit, and streams of pure water flowing gently through its heart. It was said to be guarded by tall black giants and filled with treasure, jewels, books, and objects of strange design, all untouched by time. Yet the more one searched for Zerzura, the more it seemed to slip away. It became a mirage in every sense, not just an illusion of sight, but of longing, the kind of place that exists to pull the curious farther into silence. Still, it captured imaginations for centuries. In the 1930s, during an age of desert exploration marked by stubborn vehicles and weathered compasses, a group known as the Long Range Desert Group, a British reconnaissance unit, set out across the Libyan sands, hoping to find the traces of Zerzura. They found valleys, dry riverbeds, and ancient graffiti on rock faces, but no white city. Yet their search, like those before and after, kept the legend alive. The truth, perhaps, is that Zerzura was never meant to be found. Its value was not in being discovered, but in what it represented: a sanctuary, a secret, a reminder that even in the most barren of places, the human spirit can imagine a paradise, and in imagining it, we give it shape. Zerzura became a symbol of lost knowledge, of purity untouched by the world's noise. Some believed it held the wisdom of ancient Egypt, preserved in scrolls and memory. Others thought it was a place where time paused, where a person could walk freely without fear, hunger, or heat. Whether real or not, Zerzura joined the long tradition of lost cities that lived not beneath the sand, but just behind the eyelids. Even now, as you lie still and quiet, your breath soft and even, you can picture it. White walls rising gently from the desert floor. Not bright, but soft like bone or chalk. Palm trees swaying without wind. The distant sound of water. Not loud, but enough to make you wonder if you're awake or dreaming. No one speaks in Zerzura. There is no keyed. Everything is understood. The birds do not startle. The air is neither hot nor cold. And as you walk its narrow streets, your footsteps leave no trace. It is as if the city exists for you alone. And when you turn a corner, the buildings rise only because you needed them. There is no entrance, no gate, no walls to protect it. Only the belief that such a place might be waiting somewhere out there in the wide stillness. Perhaps Zerzura is not lost, but hidden in a layer of time we cannot reach. Or perhaps it was never a place at all, but a collective sigh from those who crossed the desert and needed to believe that something waited beyond the next dune. Either way, it is part of the Sahara now, folded into its myth, carried on the wind, and etched into maps with invisible ink. And as you drift further into rest, let that thought carry you, that somewhere, just beyond the reach of certainty, there is a city made of silence and softness, untouched by war or worry, where every building hums with quiet welcome, and every path leads not outward, but inward. Zerzura, a name, a whisper, a place you may never find on any map, but one that welcomes you now as dreams begin. Beyond the legends and beyond the reach of fading maps lies another kind of lost city, one not defined by walls or gates, but by water, by trade, and by the quiet pulse of human movement. In the region known as the Niger Bend, the desert folds inward, and the river draws a soft curve across the land, inviting life where there would otherwise be none. Here, centuries ago, stood the ancient city of Gao, resting like a crescent at the edge of the desert and the river, serving as a meeting point for nomads, traders, poets, and kings. Gao existed before the famous empire of Mali, before the echoes of Timbuktu filled the air with stories of books and gold. It was an early capital of the Songhai people and a major center of trans-Saharan commerce long before the larger empires shaped Africa's medieval identity. But Gao was not made of grandeur. Its walls were earthen, its streets dusted with sand, and its rhythm slow and deliberate, like the passing of the river itself. Canoes moved silently through shallow waters, while camels waited patiently on the banks, their saddles worn and their eyes steady. Market stalls stood beneath reed coverings, and goods from across the continent changed hands with few words: salt, copper, kola nuts, dyed fabrics, and beads of glass. Traders brought not just items, but languages and customs, melodies and proverbs. Gao was a melting pot in the gentlest sense, a place where nothing was forced, but everything found space. Its people built their homes from mud and stone, cooled by the river breeze and warmed by the sun, their lives shaped by patience and the long curve of time. And yet, despite its significance, Gao slowly faded from the pages of history, eclipsed by the rise of other cities. Droughts came, and empires shifted. Sand moved silently over abandoned paths, and what once rang with voices now lay quiet beneath layers of silt and wind. But Gao is not gone. Beneath the surface, the ruins of palaces and tombs sleep in the soil, and fragments of pottery still surface when the rains are kind. Archaeologists have unearthed copper plaques, Arabic inscriptions, and burial mounds that whisper of past glory, not loud, not insistent, just present. These remnants tell of kings who ruled not with cruelty but with caution, of scholars who copied texts under the glow of oil lamps, of mothers who taught their children not through books but through gesture and rhythm and repetition. Even now, when you sit by a quiet river and hear the hush of reeds brushing one another, it is possible to imagine Gao still breathing, just beneath the surface. A city whose strength was never in stone, but in its ability to hold together people from distant lands in a moment of shared need. Let your mind rest there now. Imagine stepping off a boat, the wood creaking gently as your feet touch the packed earth. The air is thick with warmth, and in the distance, a child's laughter drifts across the market square. The scent of dried fish mingles with fresh dates, and the faint trace of incense. Someone is telling a story in a language you don't understand, but you recognize the tone. Soft, comforting, filled with memory. You walk through narrow alleys, their walls cool to the touch, and above you, the sky stretches endlessly, a soft canvas of fading blue. The river is always close, its presence a steady heartbeat beneath the quiet. Gao is not gone. It lives in the curve of water, in the footprints left in old clay, in the stories that wander through dreams like caravans across time. And as sleep deepens and thought dissolves, you carry this with you, not a city of noise or ambition, but of peace, a place where time forgets to rush and memory chooses to linger. As the Sahara stretches further east, its silence deepens and the horizon begins to shimmer with ancient echoes too faint to name. Here, near the borderlands of what is now Sudan and southern Egypt, the desert conceals what remains of the once thriving city of Napata, a spiritual and political heart of the kingdom of Kush. Long before the Great Pyramids of Giza were tourist symbols, before modern maps knew how to frame Africa beyond the Nile, Napata stood at the foot of the sacred mountain Jebel Barkal, its red peak rising like a sentinel from the sand, marking a place where gods were once believed to speak through wind and stone. The people of Napata traced their lineage not in conquest, but in continuity, inheriting the spiritual traditions of ancient Egypt and blending them with local Nubian rhythms into something uniquely enduring. They built temples of sandstone, carved deep reliefs into walls where pharaohs raised offerings to Amun, and constructed pyramids, steeper, smaller, but no less intentional than those further north. These pyramids, though now weathered by centuries of wind and sun, still rise like whispers in the sand, each one a quiet monument to memory. Napata was not always silent. Its priests once chanted beneath open skies, their voices rising at dawn as incense curled into the morning light. Its markets buzzed with the careful bartering of ivory, gold, spices, and ebony, carried on boats that sliced through the Nile's calm waters. Children played along the riverbanks, chasing one another between fig trees and pillars, while scholars sat cross-legged under shaded porticos, tracing old stories into fresh clay. There was a stillness to life in Napata, but it was not emptiness. It was reverence, the kind of deliberate slowness that comes when a place recognizes the sacred in the everyday. Over time, however, tides of power shifted. The capital moved south to Meroe, where the iron trade flourished, and Napata faded not in fire, but in gentle neglect. Sand crept into courtyards, paint peeled from stone, and the chants grew faint. Yet even as the city lost its political stature, it remained a place of pilgrimage, where people came not to conquer, but to remember. Travelers who visit Jebel Barkal today often remark on the quiet, the way sound seems swallowed by the rock itself, as if the mountain still holds stories too old to speak aloud. You can sit there for hours, eyes closed, and feel the sun warm your skin the same way it did 3,000 years ago, while a breeze curls past your ear like a voice forgotten but familiar. The stones beneath you are not just ruins. They are pauses in time, places where memory once touched the earth and decided to stay. Now, in the hush of your own evening, you can walk those temple paths without moving, your breath falling into rhythm with the old chants, your thoughts slowing until they too become part of the desert song. You are not merely a listener now, you are part of a continuum, connected by silence to those who came before. As your thoughts grow light and your eyelids heavy, picture the Nile in the distance, flowing slow and dark under the stars. Picture a single flame flickering in a stone sanctuary, watched over by statues worn smooth by devotion. Picture a city not lost, but resting beneath sand, beneath time, beneath the layers of your own drifting dreams. And now, as our journey through the Sahara draws to its end, the desert stretches before us one last time, vast and unbroken, its surface shifting like an ocean of silence. We leave behind the ancient stones of Napata and turn toward the horizon, where time itself seems to dissolve into the soft blur of sand and sky. The final city we visit is not marked on any map, for it exists only in fragments, in ruins that rise barely above the dunes, in pottery shards scattered like forgotten thoughts, in the foundations of walls that no longer stand. This city has no name, not because it never had one, but because it had many. A trading outpost, a seasonal settlement, a meeting place for travelers who crossed the desert not to build empires, but to rest, to exchange water and stories, to look up at the stars and remember they were not alone. The desert is full of such places, unnamed and unsung, where for a few months or years, people gathered, built, loved, and then moved on. These cities were never meant to last in stone. Their purpose was not permanence, but connection. They remind us that not all greatness is measured in monuments. Sometimes it is found in quiet kindnesses, in shared shade beneath a cloth tent, in laughter carried on the wind. As you sit with this thought, let your breath grow slower. Picture a fire flickering low in a shallow pit, surrounded by a small circle of travelers. The flames dance gently against the cool night air, casting long shadows on the sand. No one speaks. There is no need. Each person gazes into the fire as if it holds every memory they have ever carried. Beyond the circle, the desert is endless, but within the light, there is safety, warmth, and something like peace. One traveler unwraps a bundle of dates and passes them around. Another pours water from a clay jar, careful not to spill a drop. An elder hums a tune without words, one passed down from a mother's mother's mother. You are welcome here. You are not asked who you are or where you came from. You are simply allowed to rest. And maybe that is what the desert teaches us most clearly, not how to conquer time, but how to sit with it, to feel it pass gently, like sand through fingers, to know that silence is not empty, but full of everything we forget to hear. In this nameless city, there are no clocks, no schedules, no goals to chase. There is only the sun rising, the wind shifting, the stars returning again and again. And as your thoughts grow lighter, as your body settles deeper into stillness, you may begin to understand that some places are not lost because they were forgotten. They are lost because they were never meant to be found in the way we expect. They live instead in sensation, in story, in the quiet between breaths. Tonight, they live in you. So close your eyes now, if they are not already closed. Let the fire grow smaller, the circle dimmer. Let the last sound be the soft hush of wind moving across dunes. There is nothing more to do, no road left to follow, no question to answer. Only this stillness, only this moment, only this quiet, drifting sleep beneath the stars of the Sahara and the echo of cities the sand remembers. You've just listened to the final echoes of forgotten cities beneath the Sahara, their walls worn down by time, their stories carried by the wind. Let that journey now fade into stillness. Stay where you are. Let your body remain still. Let your breathing remain soft. We continue our slow drift through quiet corners of history, but tonight, we leave the dunes and step into a different world. A world of silence, honor, and centuries of discipline. Not the warrior myths of battlefields, but the quiet, hidden rhythms of a culture shaped by patience, loyalty, and stillness. A world where the sword was not always raised, and silence often spoke louder than words. Tonight, we begin the story of the hidden history of samurai culture. In the stillness of a misty morning long ago, before the clang of armor or the cry of battle, the essence of the samurai was not forged in war, but in silence. Long before swords were ever drawn, the samurai were shaped by rituals, by devotion, and by a quiet that ran deeper than the sharpest steel. To understand the samurai is not to imagine warriors charging across a battlefield with banners raised high, but to imagine a figure kneeling in the dim light of dawn, pouring tea with deliberate care, each movement practiced not for display, but for discipline. The origins of samurai culture trace back to the Heian period of Japan, more than 1,000 years ago, when the imperial court still held ceremonial power and the provinces were managed by aristocrats and local landholders. At first, those who would later be known as samurai were simply provincial warriors, employed to protect land, enforce tax collection, and keep the peace. But over time, as imperial control faded and regional clans gained power, these warriors became more than soldiers. They became symbols. Their identity was slowly carved not just by conflict, but by a philosophy. This philosophy, rooted in loyalty, honor, restraint, and mindfulness, would come to be known as Bushido, the way of the warrior. Yet Bushido was never a single book, never one scroll passed from master to student. It was a living code, whispered in the halls of wooden homes, carried in the way one bowed to a superior, how one stepped across a garden path, or how one drew a sword an inch, but no more. The training of a samurai began in childhood. From the age of 5 or 6, a young boy of the warrior class was taught not only how to ride and shoot, but how to write poetry, how to compose a haiku, how to appreciate a fleeting blossom or a falling leaf. These were not distractions, they were discipline. To study calligraphy was to understand the power of the brush, the fluid control of the wrist, the harmony between mind and motion. The same control would later guide the blade. A samurai was expected to be as skilled with ink as with steel. As centuries passed and the Kamakura period began, the role of the samurai became more defined. No longer hired swords, they were the backbone of emerging military governments. Yet even then, their power came not from noise, but from a quiet sense of order. The hierarchy among samurai was rigid. Each knew their place. A glance, a gesture, a pause before speaking. Each held meaning. To interrupt, to speak without thought, was to reveal weakness. They bowed often, not out of fear, but out of awareness. Everything in samurai life revolved around balance. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, became a mirror for their spirit. Simple, slow, stripped of all excess. A cup lifted slowly, steam rising gently. A moment of silence before sipping. In this ritual, the samurai practiced presence. It was not in battle where they were most themselves, but in these small, quiet acts. Their armor, though fierce in design, was not only for combat. Each layer told a story: the family crest, the weave of cords, the shine of lacquer. Before leaving for battle, a samurai would dress slowly, as if preparing not for war, but for a ceremony. And perhaps for many, it was. Death was never feared, only accepted. It was said that a true samurai lived each day as if he were already dead, not morbidly, but mindfully. To walk through life aware that it could end at any moment made every step more deliberate. Even the famed act of seppuku, ritual suicide, was not seen as tragic, but as the ultimate expression of honor, to take responsibility fully, without hesitation. As your breathing grows slower, let this world settle around you. Imagine the tatami floor beneath your knees, the scent of cedar in the air. Somewhere nearby, a bamboo fountain taps gently, the rustle of fabric, the quiet click of wooden sandals outside. You are not in a time of war. You are in a time of stillness, of inward strength. The world of the samurai was not loud. It was soft, disciplined, measured, and it waited, like a breath held just before the exhale. As the centuries unfolded and the samurai continued to evolve, their role extended beyond the battlefield into the realms of administration, education, and quiet leadership. During the Muromachi period, the distinction between sword and scroll became even more delicate, and samurai households began to resemble centers of both discipline and refinement. Within their homes, paper walls slid open to reveal sparse interiors, tatami mats carefully aligned, ink paintings on rice paper, and a single vase holding one seasonal flower. Every item had purpose. Nothing was excessive. This minimalism was not a trend, but a philosophy, one that reflected the deeper current of Zen Buddhism, which had begun to flow steadily into samurai culture. Zen did not offer the samurai victory in war, but clarity in mind. It taught that true strength came not from dominating others, but from mastering oneself. Meditation became a quiet cornerstone of samurai life. Long before the sun rose, a samurai might sit in stillness, knees folded beneath him, breathing gently, his mind observing each passing thought like a cloud moving across the sky. In this silence, fear lost its grip, and the ego slowly dissolved. This mental training was not separate from martial training. It was the foundation of it. A calm mind made for a clear strike. A centered spirit did not flinch. Swordsmanship, too, was more than mere combat. The practice of kenjutsu and its evolution into kendo was as much about rhythm, breath, and awareness as it was about blade and speed. The samurai believed that in a duel, the winner was often decided before the swords were even drawn, through presence, posture, and the subtle reading of one's opponent. One story tells of two rival samurai meeting on a narrow bridge. Neither spoke, neither moved. Minutes passed. The tension hung like morning fog. Then one bowed, stepped aside, and walked away. No strike was needed. The battle had already been resolved. In stillness. In their daily lives, samurai adhered to a strict social code. Etiquette governed every interaction. When entering a room, one bowed deeply. When receiving a message, one accepted it with both hands. Letters were written with care, their phrasing indirect, respectful, and poetic. Even reprimands were wrapped in metaphor. Language itself became a form of art. Samurai poetry, especially haiku, was not just for scholars, but for warriors. A single line could hold a lifetime of emotion. The old pond, a frog jumps in, the sound of water. In this quiet simplicity, they found truth. During times of peace, samurai often took on roles as bureaucrats or educators. They taught young boys the values of humility, endurance, and clarity. Lessons were not shouted, but demonstrated. A calm teacher spoke volumes. And even in their families, these principles held firm. A samurai father might guide his son with a glance, correct him with silence, and praise him with a nod. Women in samurai households, too, lived by the code. Though often behind the scenes, they were trained in both etiquette and defense. The naginata, a long-bladed pole weapon, became a symbol of female martial strength, not for aggression, but for protection. A samurai wife guarded the household, taught the children, kept the family scrolls. Her strength was in endurance, in wisdom passed down through quiet acts. As night settled over their wooden homes, candles flickered against painted screens. A soft breeze rustled the shoji panels. Somewhere in the distance, a shakuhachi flute whispered a lonely tune. The sword, now resting on a stand, glinted faintly in the low light, not as a threat, but as a reminder that discipline is not a performance, it is a way of being. And as you let that thought settle, your own breath slowing, you may find a piece of that stillness lingering within you. The samurai were not defined by their battles, but by their quiet between them. As the years turned slowly and the seasons passed like brushstrokes on parchment, the samurai world continued to evolve, shaped not only by swords and silence, but by the slow rhythm of change. During the long years of the Edo period, from the early 17th century to the mid-19th, Japan entered a time of peace under the Tokugawa shogunate. For more than 250 years, the country was largely free from civil war, and in this calm, the samurai found themselves in a curious place. The warriors who had once stood at the front of battlefields now walked through city streets with no war to fight. But rather than fade into obscurity, they transformed. They became administrators, poets, calligraphers, and teachers. The sword remained at their side, but it was more symbol than necessity. Their strength became inward. Many samurai now lived in castle towns, planned, structured, quiet. These towns, like Edo, Kyoto, and Kanazawa, were built around a philosophy of order. Streets were arranged with intention. Houses followed strict regulations of size and structure depending on one's rank. Gardens, though small, were crafted to represent mountains, rivers, and lakes, miniature worlds of contemplation. A single stone placed beside a path might represent a distant peak. A raked patch of gravel might mimic the surface of a still lake. In such surroundings, the samurai did not lose their purpose. They refined it. Education became central. The terakoya, or temple schools, taught not only reading and writing, but moral values, family loyalty, and social responsibility. A samurai child might begin his day reciting Confucian principles, copying classical Chinese texts with a steady hand, and practicing sword forms under the watchful gaze of an instructor. But learning was not rushed. It was slow, deliberate. The same brush used for ink was held with the same fingers that would one day grip a katana. And in that duality, grace and strength, lay the true character of the samurai. Their homes were quiet, slippers were removed at the door, voices were low, meals were small and seasonal, eaten with mindfulness. A bowl of rice, pickled vegetables, miso soup, the sound of chopsticks tapping gently against ceramic. Even laughter was restrained, held like a bird in the hand. Their days moved with routine. Dawn meditation, light chores, reading, martial practice, writing, evening tea. Time did not rush, it unfolded. And within this daily rhythm, the samurai found freedom, not in doing more, but in doing each thing with care. Music, too, became part of this world. Instruments like the koto and the shamisen added soft notes to quiet rooms, not to entertain loudly, but to echo the emotion of the season. A snowfall might call for a gentle melody, while spring rains inspired something more wistful. Some samurai wrote haiku inspired by such moments. Snow on the tatami, the kettle hums low and warm, not a word is said. These were not warriors lost in peace. They were men learning how to live without conflict, how to keep their spirit sharp without a battlefield. And yet, beneath it all, the discipline remained. The sword was still cleaned regularly, the armor still aired. The training continued, even if the blade was never drawn. It was a kind of quiet readiness, not for war, but for whatever life required. That was the heart of Bushido. During peace, not aggression, but preparation. Not dominance, but presence. And as your breath slows with this rhythm, you can begin to feel that same presence within yourself. A presence that asks for nothing loud, nothing forced. Only that you sit, that you notice, that you listen to the hush between thoughts, the stillness beneath the noise. For the samurai, this was the true battlefield, the self. And in mastering it, they mastered the world around them. As the Edo period continued to unfold like a carefully scripted no performance, the lives of the samurai became more deeply interwoven with the cultural and philosophical threads that defined Tokugawa Japan. With war a distant memory and peace a stable backdrop, the samurai, once forged in fire and conflict, were now refined in silence and order. They carried two swords, daisho, the long katana, and the shorter wakizashi, tucked neatly into their obi belts, not as weapons of daily violence, but as symbols of their status and legacy. These blades were often beautifully crafted, polished to a mirror sheen, with handles wrapped in stingray skin and black silk, their scabbards lacquered in deep hues of red or ebony. The smiths who forged them were not mere artisans, but revered as spiritual craftsmen, folding steel over and over with meditative precision until the metal sang with resilience. To own a fine sword was to carry a piece of ancestral spirit, a link to those who had come before. But more than their weapons, it was the ideals carried in their hearts that shaped the samurai of this era. Confucian ethics flourished under Tokugawa rule, reinforcing social harmony, filial piety, and respect for hierarchy. The samurai were expected to embody these ideals, serving as models for the common people, even as their practical role in warfare diminished. Their duty was now to lead by virtue, not by force. In many cases, they served in government roles, acting as magistrates, tax officials, and advisors. Their education extended beyond the martial arts into Chinese classics, calligraphy, mathematics, and astronomy. A well-rounded samurai was not one who simply knew how to kill, but one who knew how to govern himself, to speak with clarity, and to act with dignity. Their lives became a quiet choreography of daily responsibilities, each action deliberate, each gesture steeped in intention. Even their posture while sitting, knees folded beneath them, backs straight, hands resting gently, was an extension of their inner discipline. Ceremonies, especially those involving superiors or elders, followed an exacting script. Tea was poured at precise angles. Scrolls were unrolled and read slowly. Words were chosen with care. To rush was to be undignified. To raise one's voice was a loss of face. The samurai learned that control was not only for the body, but for the tongue, the heart, the breath. Yet even in this ordered world, the spiritual remained close. Many samurai embraced the teachings of Zen not merely as a religion, but as a way to sharpen awareness and diminish attachment. They meditated on impermanence, on the beauty of a falling cherry blossom, on the calm that follows a storm. Some wrote poems before battle, reflecting their readiness to die. I leave my life behind, as easily as autumn, leaves float from the tree. Others found solace in nature, walking the moss-covered paths of temple gardens, pausing to observe a dragonfly hovering above a pond. These moments were not escapes from duty, but reflections of it. For the samurai, to live well was not to seek victory, but to move through life with quiet integrity. And so, in the flickering candlelight of their homes, they copied sutras with steady brushes, recited maxims under their breath, or sat silently with their thoughts, listening to the creak of wooden beams, the distant call of a night bird, the occasional wind stirring bamboo leaves outside. Each sound, each breath was a reminder of presence. And now, as you listen with stillness, you might feel that same presence settling in your own body, not needing to move, not needing to speak, just to be, to rest in this long, unfolding rhythm of history, where warriors became scholars, where swords rested in their lacquered stands, and where the true battle was fought, not in fields of blood, but in the gentle art of living. As twilight deepened over the long centuries of Edo rule, the samurai class continued to embody a paradox. Warriors without war, guardians of tradition in a world slowly tilting toward modernity. The peace of the Tokugawa era had brought about both refinement and tension, for while the samurai were admired and respected, their economic power steadily declined. Many were paid in rice stipends by their lords, and as inflation and poor harvests set in, those stipends proved increasingly inadequate to support a samurai's household. Some quietly took on side occupations, teaching, running small schools, writing, or even crafting goods under pseudonyms. Though forbidden by law from engaging in commerce, necessity whispered its own logic. Still, pride was maintained. Appearance was carefully managed. A samurai might patch a robe carefully, but he would walk with poise and dignity. His sandals might be worn, but they would be clean. His gestures remained slow, deliberate. He might go hungry, but he would not hurry. Honor was not something worn like armor, it was something carried like breath. The rituals of daily life continued. Before dawn, the household would stir gently, a soft sweep of the courtyard, the scent of miso warming over the hearth. The father reviewing a scroll, the son polishing his bokken, the wooden sword used for practice, the mother preparing the family altar with incense and offerings. Every motion was guided by rhythm, and in this quiet rhythm, the heart of samurai culture endured. In literature, samurai values found new voices. Essays such as the Hagakure, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo in the early 18th century, emphasized a return to strict ideals, a readiness for death, a disdain for luxury, and the importance of invisible duty. The way of the warrior is death, it declared, not to glorify violence, but to remind the reader that acceptance of death freed one to live with full intention. Other works, like Bushido Shoshinshu, offered practical advice to young samurai on conduct, patience, service, and humility. These texts were studied not as rules, but as reflections. Every line read aloud in a soft voice, every phrase considered in silence. Even in recreation, the samurai maintained presence. Archery, or kyudo, became less about accuracy and more about form. The drawing of the bow, the alignment of body and breath, the stillness before the release, these mattered more than the target. It was not about winning, but about becoming whole. Likewise, swordsmanship evolved into iaido, the art of drawing and sheathing the blade. Practitioners would stand in a quiet room, alone, drawing their katana with fluid grace, then returning it to the scabbard in one seamless motion, over and over. There was no opponent, only the self. No audience, only the echo of fabric, the soft click of steel, the breath between movements. Through repetition, the samurai honed not just skill, but serenity. Religion, too, remained a quiet thread in their lives. Many maintained altars to both Shinto kami and Buddhist ancestors. Rituals were small but sacred, lighting a candle, bowing before a tablet, offering a sip of tea to the spirit of a father long gone. In times of illness or grief, they turned inward. A poem, a prayer, a moment beneath the moon, and always a return to composure. For a samurai's strength was not measured in noise or size, but in his ability to remain calm amid uncertainty. And so the years passed, each one like a ripple across a still pond. Change stirred at the edges of Japan. But within the walls of samurai homes, the old ways lingered like incense smoke. A boy still bowed before his teacher. A girl still carried her tray with 2 hands. The house creaked in winter. The rain tapped gently in spring. The same hands that once gripped the hilt of a sword now turned pages, wrote verses, poured tea. And in this soft unfolding, you may begin to feel a warmth of quiet legacy, not a legacy of glory, but of grace. A tradition not kept through force, but through presence. Just like the samurai, you too can sit still, breathe slow, and live with quiet meaning, even when the world beyond grows loud. As the final chapters of the samurai era began to unfold, the stillness they had cultivated for centuries began to tremble under the distant echoes of foreign footsteps. The world outside Japan was changing rapidly. Industrial revolutions, colonial expansions, and global trade had redrawn the maps and altered the tempo of time. Japan, long closed to the outside under Sakoku, the policy of national seclusion, began to sense the pressure mounting at its borders. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853, with black ships that steamed across the Pacific and anchored ominously near Edo Bay, marked the beginning of a profound transformation. The Tokugawa shogunate, faced with the undeniable presence of Western power, began to fracture, and within 2 decades, the Meiji Restoration swept across the land, signaling the end of the samurai's official role in society. For the samurai, who had lived by code, sword, and ceremony, this was not simply a change of policy. It was the quiet disassembly of a world. The wearing of swords was outlawed, domains were dissolved. Many samurai were absorbed into the new bureaucracy, while others found themselves unemployed, uncertain, and untethered. Some took up roles in modern institutions, schools, banks, railways. Others struggled to adapt, their skills no longer required, their values no longer central. A few resisted openly, most notably during the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, where former samurai rose under the leadership of Saigo Takamori, believing that their honor and tradition still had a place in the new Japan. But they were met with modern rifles, cannons, and a government eager to move forward. The rebellion failed, and with it, the age of the samurai quietly came to a close. Yet even as their swords were sheathed for the final time, something deeper endured. The essence of Bushido, the way of the warrior, did not vanish with the fall of the shogunate. It flowed instead into the cultural fabric of modern Japan. In classrooms, children still recited tales of bravery, loyalty, and self-discipline. In households, fathers still taught sons to bow with respect, to speak with intention, to act with quiet dignity. Martial arts were reborn not for war, but for character: kendo, judo, aikido, each movement preserving an ancient rhythm. The sword became symbolic, appearing in ceremonies, in literature, in film. And in the minds of many, the image of the samurai remained not as a relic, but as a guidepost, pointing toward courage without cruelty, strength without arrogance, and resolve without noise. In quiet museums, a katana still rests under soft lighting. Its blade reflects centuries of hands that held it, minds that sharpened it, and hearts that honored it. The lacquer has faded, but the form remains. Nearby, perhaps a suit of armor stands, layered, intricate, once worn by a man who rose before dawn, bowed to his teacher, read a passage of poetry, and faced the day with calm determination. And in gardens where stones are raked and lanterns glow beneath maples, their spirit lingers like a whisper. Even now, as you sit quietly, perhaps you can feel it. A breath of presence, a memory of stillness, a strength not shown in muscle, but in how gently you listen. The samurai are gone from the cities and battlefields, but they remain in the pause before a word, in the care taken with a task, in the willingness to rise, bow, and carry on. Their history was never loud, not even in its end. It faded like fog at sunrise, slow, silent, and complete. And as your eyes begin to rest, your breath slow and steady, you too carry something of their spirit, an ability to move gently through a world that may not always understand silence, but still needs it. Even as the Meiji era swept away the formal titles and legal status of the samurai class, the ideals they once lived by did not vanish into the pages of history, but instead began to find new, quieter homes across Japanese society. In the architecture of rural homes and city gardens, the aesthetics of restraint and harmony remained. A room built for tea, simple, wooden, sparse, continued to echo the samurai's preference for order and balance. The tatami mats, the low table, the shoji screens, and the hanging scroll with a seasonal poem, all of them reflected a sense of space where nothing was wasted, nothing was excessive, and every detail mattered. In schools, the moral lessons once passed from swordmaster to student now moved through textbooks and daily rituals. Children stood when a teacher entered. They cleaned their classrooms together. They bowed to one another before practice. These acts, though small, carried the legacy of the samurai's disciplined presence. In martial arts dojos, the echoes were clearer still. Before each session, silence. A bow to the teacher, a bow to the space, a bow to the self. The techniques practiced, whether judo, kendo, aikido, or karate, were no longer tools of battle, but methods of refining the mind. A student might spend years mastering a single movement, not to defeat an enemy, but to master posture, rhythm, breath, and respect. There were no shortcuts, no applause, just repetition, humility, and quiet growth. In literature and cinema, the samurai were reborn, not as flawless heroes, but as complex figures, lonely, thoughtful, sometimes broken, but always holding on to something that felt both ancient and deeply human. Directors like Akira Kurosawa captured this in black and white images: rain falling over a wide-brimmed hat, a blade drawn slowly, a warrior pausing not before the fight, but after it, gazing into the stillness of what remained. Novels told stories not of war, but of inner conflict, of loyalty tested, of decisions made in silence. The modern reader, the modern viewer, found in these tales not distance, but reflection. Even those who had never held a sword could understand the weight of duty, the cost of pride, the ache of unspoken emotion. The samurai, now centuries removed from active battle, became less a class and more a mirror, reflecting back a kind of living many had forgotten but longed to remember. In rural towns, old families still told stories of ancestors who had once served a daimyo, who had guarded a gate, who had walked miles to deliver a message without pause or question. An old scabbard remained in the family chest, a faded ink drawing of a warrior still framed in the hallway, a piece of armor kept not for show, but for memory. During festivals, some still dressed in kimono, with hakama pants and modest haori jackets, walking not with the arrogance of history, but with quiet pride. They knew their lineage not as a badge, but as a whisper. Even in the modern office, traces lingered. A bow to begin the day, a careful arrangement of papers, a sense that how something is done matters just as much as what is done. The samurai way had simply shifted form. It became a code not of swordsmanship, but of sincerity, a tradition not of violence, but of values. In quiet moments, on a train, in a shop, beside a stream, people still paused to reflect. A fallen leaf, a temple bell, a breath of wind through pine. The samurai, though absent, were not forgotten. They had become part of the rhythm, and now as you breathe in slowly and breathe out with ease, you may begin to feel that rhythm in yourself. You may not carry a sword, you may not wear armor, but in how you listen, how you sit, how you move through your day with care, you carry something of their spirit. And in this stillness, this gentle remembering, sleep may come not as escape, but as a continuation of the quiet path they once walked, beneath lantern light, beneath falling leaves, beneath the silent sky. As the 20th century began to unfold, Japan stood at a crossroad between deep tradition and the currents of rapid modernization, and though the samurai had long ceased to exist as a formal class, their influence had seeped quietly into the soil of the culture, like spring water nourishing roots hidden beneath the forest floor. In the cities, now growing with brick buildings and electric lamps, the older generation still remembered a time when men walked with two swords and bowed before speaking. Stories of those earlier days were passed down not just in books or lectures, but in the silent habits of everyday life. A grandfather who still rose at dawn, folded his clothes just so, sat in stillness before tea. A grandmother who arranged flowers in a small vase, not out of decoration, but out of reverence for simplicity and beauty. These quiet acts, done without flourish, reflected the inner calm and awareness the samurai had cultivated for centuries. As Japan entered an era of global engagement and new technologies, there were fears that these old ways might be lost, swallowed by the fast pace of change. But instead, they adapted. Bushido, the ancient code of the warrior, found new relevance in unlikely places. In corporate boardrooms, leaders began to speak of loyalty, perseverance, and humility as guiding principles. The sense of duty to the group, the quiet resolve to endure hardship without complaint, the discipline to refine one's skills, all of these echoed the old samurai values, translated into a language suited for factories and office towers. In schools, moral education emphasized many of the same ideals: respect for elders, self-control, and responsibility to one's community. Even in moments of national crisis, such as during times of war or natural disaster, the world would watch and wonder at the calm, orderly way Japanese people responded. Not with chaos or outcry, but with quiet cooperation, with bowed heads and steady hands. That was not coincidence. It was the old spirit moving softly beneath modern surfaces. Meanwhile, in the arts, the samurai continued to live through form and story. In kabuki and no theater, ancient tales of loyalty and sacrifice still played under lantern lights. In ink paintings, lone warriors stood beneath pine trees, staring into vast white spaces that suggested snow or silence or time itself. And in film, the stoic Ronin, the masterless samurai, became a symbol not of loss but of internal strength, of a man who had nothing yet walked with dignity. These images resonated not only with the Japanese, but with audiences around the world. In the silence between sword strokes, in the still gaze of a warrior facing overwhelming odds, people saw something timeless, the human search for meaning, for purpose, for peace. And perhaps it is in this search that the true legacy of the samurai resides, not in conquest or conflict, but in the way they prepared for each day with care, faced hardship with grace, and treated even the smallest gesture with reverence. In a world that often rewards noise, their quiet path continues to whisper to those who listen. So now, as your eyes grow heavier and your breathing slows, imagine a path of stones leading through a moss-covered garden. The air is cool, the sky darkening with gentle twilight. Somewhere nearby, water trickles over rocks, and a bell chimes faintly in the distance. You walk slowly, not to arrive anywhere, but simply to be. With each step, the burdens of the day soften. With each breath, the quiet strength of those who came before settles gently in your bones. You do not need to remember every name or date. You do not need to master a sword or follow a code. It is enough to walk gently, to rest deeply, and to carry within you, without effort, a trace of their calm. As the world stepped deeper into the modern era, with cities rising and neon lights replacing the soft glow of lanterns, the legacy of the samurai became less a matter of social structure and more a quiet echo woven into the daily rhythm of Japanese life, like a distant bell that continues to chime long after the temple has fallen silent. The sword had long been put away, no longer needed for defense or status, but in homes and museums it remained, not as a weapon, but as a symbol, polished, revered, carefully displayed, a reminder of a time when discipline was armor and silence was strength. And though children no longer learned the bow or the blade as a matter of duty, they still heard stories at bedtime, quiet tales of warriors who chose mercy over vengeance, of men who kept their word when no one was watching, of women who protected their families with the same quiet courage that had once guided the hands of soldiers. These stories shaped them not through loud morals, but through gentle repetition, like waves smoothing a stone. Even in the bustling heart of Tokyo or Osaka, where trains rattled and skyscrapers pierced the clouds, there remained spaces of stillness, temple courtyards hidden behind sliding doors, tatami rooms where tea was prepared in silence, or bookshops where a dusty scroll might still hold the musings of a long-forgotten ronin. In these spaces, the spirit of the samurai did not feel like history, it felt like breath. In companies, workers bowed at the start of meetings. In shops, clerks offered service not with obligation but with dignity. In gardens, raked gravel still formed waves that no feet were meant to disturb. And for those who paused long enough to notice, these gestures were not just cultural customs. They were the threads of something older, something deeper, a way of being that valued presence over performance, stillness over spectacle. The world outside might prize speed, efficiency, productivity, but within these quiet forms, something else was preserved. A deliberate pace, a mindful touch, a reverence for the moment. In literature, modern authors often looked back not with nostalgia, but with quiet respect, imagining the internal world of the samurai not as perfect or glorious, but as deeply human, full of doubts, choices, failures, and moments of clarity. A samurai might stand beneath a tree and question his purpose. He might write a poem instead of drawing his sword. He might walk away from a battle, knowing that true strength sometimes meant restraint. These images lingered not because they were grand, but because they were real. In music, too, the influence endured. The slow pluck of a koto string, the measured rhythm of taiko drums, the breath between shakuhachi notes, all held a kind of discipline, a patience, a space for emotion to settle. And in visual art, the same could be found. A single brushstroke capturing the curve of a mountain or the quiet bough of a bamboo stalk. Nothing rushed, nothing wasted. Everything placed with intention. And so the samurai, though long vanished from the census and the battlefield, continued to live, not in armor, but in attitude, not in combat, but in care. And as you lie still, breathing gently, letting the noise of the world soften at the edges, perhaps you begin to feel that same presence within yourself. You don't need to ride a horse or hold a blade. You only need to be here, quietly, fully, like a stone in a stream, like a lantern flickering in a distant window, like a figure walking slowly along a misted path, not seeking glory, only peace. As the moon rises slowly over distant hills and the lanterns flicker in narrow alleys between wooden eaves, we arrive gently at the final turn in our quiet journey through the long, hidden history of the samurai. Not a history defined by war cries or conquests, but by discipline shaped in silence, by choices made in solitude, by the kind of strength that leaves no wound behind. In modern Japan, where bullet trains glide like silver arrows and city lights stretch into the sky, the old spirit has not disappeared. It has simply settled into the quiet corners of life, waiting for those who know how to see, how to listen. You might find it in the way an old man pours tea for his wife without a word, the way a student arranges her pencils before an exam, the way a monk sweeps temple steps at dawn, each motion practiced 1,000 times not for praise, but for presence. These are not grand gestures. They are small, deliberate tacks. A bow before entering a room, a pause before speaking, a steady breath in the middle of a storm. This, too, is the samurai way. And though the world may no longer name it so, its essence lives on, carried not in titles or swords, but in attention, in stillness, in the quiet courage to do what is right even when no one sees. The samurai lived for centuries within a system of lords and duties, of honor and obligation. But beneath the surface of rituals and ranks was something softer, something deeply human, the longing to live with purpose, the struggle to do good in a world of uncertainty, the desire to meet death not with fear, but with clarity. Their writings, preserved in faded ink on yellowed scrolls, often speak not of battlefields, but of gardens, of poetry, of wind passing through reeds. They remind us that life, no matter how brief or difficult, could be made beautiful through attention, through grace. As you lie there now, your body still, your thoughts drifting like mist over old rooftops. Imagine a path of stepping stones stretching into a quiet forest. Imagine a figure walking ahead, not in haste, but with calm purpose. A simple robe, a tied topknot, a quiet mind. This is not a warrior in the way you might imagine, but someone who has turned his strength inward, someone who fights only the wars within. And as the path bends and he disappears into the trees, you realize you do not need to follow. You are already walking your own quiet path. Perhaps the samurai left no castles behind. Perhaps no monuments bear their names. But in this moment, in the way your breath moves gently through your chest, in the way you welcome stillness into your bones, you carry something of their legacy, something invisible but deeply felt, something ancient but always new. So let your eyes close now, softly. Let the stories of armor and honor dissolve into dream. Let the hush of the past settle like dust in the corners of your mind. You have listened well, you have walked quietly, and now you may rest, with the grace of those who came before you, with the strength of a sword never drawn, and with the peace of a soul that no longer needs to fight. You've just listened to the quiet journey of the samurai, an echo of discipline and grace that drifted through time like a soft wind through pine trees. Let your breath stay slow. Let your body remain still. And as your mind rests deeper into calm, we now move gently into another forgotten corner of history. This time, we travel far from Japan, across sea and mist, to the misty green hills of early medieval Ireland. In this next story, we enter the candlelit halls of the ancient monastic libraries of Ireland, places where monks spent lifetimes copying books by hand, where silence echoed more than speech, and where knowledge slept in ink, parchment, and prayer. Let us begin this quiet walk among stone walls and old manuscripts, where time moves slowly and sleep comes softly. In the quiet, mist-draped hills of early medieval Ireland, long before the hum of machines or the clang of modern cities, there existed a different kind of world, one made not of noise and speed, but of parchment and patience, candlelight and silence. Scattered across the emerald landscape were monastic settlements, often nestled near rivers or hidden within remote valleys, where men devoted their lives to study, prayer, and the slow, deliberate act of preserving knowledge. These were not places of wealth or war, but of ink and discipline, where the clatter of swords was replaced by the soft scratch of quills against vellum. Monks, wrapped in rough woolen robes, rose before dawn to chant their prayers in stone chapels lit by flickering oil lamps, their voices rising and falling like breath. Afterward, they would gather in scriptoriums, narrow, chilly rooms with small windows, to begin their day's true labor, the copying of sacred texts, ancient histories, and rare classical works, letter by careful letter, stroke by measured stroke. There was no rush. Time moved differently here. The purpose was not speed, but precision. The ink was often made from oak galls and iron salts, a dark fluid stored in simple clay pots. The pages, usually calfskin parchment, were prepared days in advance, scraped smooth and ruled by hand, with faint lines to guide the script. The pens were cut from goose feathers, shaped to a fine point, dipped and redipped again, each letter written with the kind of focus one might use in prayer. Mist might roll in through the open slits in the walls. The fire might hiss low in the hearth, but the monks wrote on, not for money, not for fame, but because to preserve a text was, in their view, to preserve light in a darkening world. These libraries, though modest in size, were treasures beyond gold. In their shelves, often just wooden boards against cold stone, rested volumes that had survived the fall of Rome, pages that had crossed continents, words that would otherwise have vanished, Greek philosophy, Roman science, Christian theology, Celtic poetry, the wisdom of centuries gathered in places so remote they seemed forgotten by time. And yet they were not forgotten. Travelers from distant lands came seeking refuge, knowledge, or simply a glimpse of the peace these monastic communities seemed to offer. They found not bustling cities, but quiet courtyards, stone cloisters, and men who bowed before they spoke. They found manuscripts, some adorned with intricate illuminations in gold and blue and red, each design a meditation, each swirl a silent act of devotion. Outside, sheep grazed, rain tapped gently on slate roofs. Inside, the candles flickered beside stacks of scrolls and codices, and the silence was filled not with absence, but with deep, steady presence. In this way, the monks of Ireland became quiet guardians of memory, their work unnoticed by kings and armies, but essential to the survival of learning. And as night fell and the final lines were penned for the day, the pages were closed, the quills cleaned, the lamps snuffed one by one, and silence returned fully to the stone rooms. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of something complete, something whole, something made with care. The monks who inhabited these ancient Irish monasteries lived lives that were as structured as they were serene, guided by rhythms older than memory, and by a sense of duty that was not forced but embraced. Days began not with alarms or hurried clocks, but with the soft tolling of a bell, often before the sun had risen, calling the brothers from their straw-filled beds to gather in cold chapels where stone echoed softly with their chants. These chants were not meant to impress or entertain. They were repetitions of sacred texts, sung in Latin with slow, rising cadence, as much about listening as speaking. After the morning prayers, the day unfolded in careful layers. Each hour had its purpose, some for prayer, some for labor, some for study, and each monk knew his role in the larger order. The scriptorium was perhaps the most sacred of all these spaces, not because it was decorated or grand, but because it was where the written word was tended to, with a care usually reserved for the divine. Inside, the light came in sideways through narrow slits, casting long beams across the stone floors. Each monk sat at his desk, sometimes wearing fingerless wool gloves, hunched over parchment that had taken weeks to prepare. A page was not simply copied, it was honored. Mistakes were rare, but when they happened, they were either scratched away carefully with a knife or left visible, with a quiet apology in the margin. Sometimes, a scribe might write a short note to the reader, not about the text itself, but about the moment. "It is cold today," one might write, or "My hand is tired," small human traces left inside the formal beauty of the script. These moments remind us that the books were not just works of knowledge, but companions to their creators. Between the hours of writing, the monks worked in the gardens or tended to animals, their hands touching soil and grain as often as ink and vellum. The monasteries were designed to be self-sufficient, small worlds where food was grown, clothes were spun, and water was drawn by hand from stone wells. And always behind it all was the quiet hum of devotion, not loud, not showy, but persistent, like the wind that moved through the grass outside their walls. Visitors to these monastic libraries often described a sense of peace, unlike any they had known elsewhere. It was not simply the silence, but the feeling that time had slowed down, or perhaps deepened, as if each moment there was both still and sacred. You might hear the turning of a single page echo through a room. You might see a monk pause for a full minute before writing the next word, not because he was unsure, but because each word mattered. The shelves were not vast like the libraries of later centuries, but they held books that had traveled through empires, through war, through fire. Some had been brought by hand from distant lands, others translated and copied from older scrolls, and still others written there for the very first time. The care given to each book was the same. A volume might take months, even years, to complete. When it was done, it was bound in leather, often with wooden covers, sometimes with clasps to protect the pages from damp. The covers might be plain or carved with simple crosses or Celtic knots, designs not meant to boast, but to remind. Each book was more than paper. It was memory, it was prayer. It was proof that something beautiful could be made slowly, and that slowness itself could be a kind of wisdom. Among the stone walls and candlelit corridors of the Irish monastic libraries, there existed a relationship between man, word, and time that feels almost impossible to imagine today. Each manuscript was not just a task to be completed, but a sacred collaboration between the human hand and the eternal. In every curve of an illuminated letter, in every careful alignment of the lines, there was reverence. Reverence for the past, for the divine, and for the fragile beauty of thought preserved. The monks believed that to write was not only to remember, but to offer a kind of worship, not with sound or gesture, but with the quiet devotion of the written line. And so, in these cold stone rooms, surrounded by quills, inkpots, and worn wooden benches, they shaped entire worlds with their hands, copying not just words, but entire civilizations into quiet permanence. These libraries often held no more than a few dozen volumes, but within those pages existed the wisdom of Greece, the philosophies of Rome, the poetry of early Ireland, and the stories of saints whose names echoed gently through the chants of morning prayer. The monks would often refer to books as their brothers, and they were handled as such, with respect, with affection, and with a careful sense of duty. There was something deeply monastic about the structure of the books themselves. Bound in leather, stitched by hand, stored in cupboards or on slanted shelves to avoid the damp. Books were not for display or decoration. They were read, learned, sung, and remembered. And the act of reading was not hurried. It was done aloud, in a slow, deliberate voice, sometimes by one monk while others listened in stillness. In this way, even reading was communal, a shared act of reflection. During the coldest months, when wind rattled through the stone cracks and snow dusted the mossy courtyards, the scriptoriums grew even more silent. Extra cloaks were worn, the ink thickened, and still the scribes continued. You might imagine them hunched low, candles flickering beside them, their breath rising faintly in the cold air, a single hand moving steadily across the page, as though guided by something far older than themselves. Evenings were marked by the slow tolling of a bell, a sound that spread across the hills like mist. The monks would close their books, stretch stiff limbs, and walk slowly to the chapel. There, more chanting, more silence. No one rushed, no one raised their voice. Even disagreements, when they happened, were resolved with prayer and patience. There was a stillness in everything, a kind of peace that came not from lack of action, but from deep purpose. The monastic life was not free of hardship. Food was simple, comforts were few, winters were harsh. But there was a richness in their days that no gold could match, a sense that every hour mattered, that every act, no matter how small, be it sharpening a quill or mending a torn page, was part of something larger, a great tapestry of memory and care. And though the world outside changed with battles and crowns and shifting empires, these monks remained at their desks, copying and preserving page after page, like lighthouses quietly burning through the storm. It is because of them, in part, that we remember what we do, that the wisdom of one age was carried gently into the hands of another. And as the last light of day slipped through the high window, touching the inked margins with a final gleam of gold, the monks would rise, bow slightly to their work, and let the silence return once more. As the centuries passed, the monastic libraries of Ireland began to take on a quiet role of cultural preservation that extended far beyond the borders of the island. While much of continental Europe faced instability, invasions, and the loss of classical knowledge, these remote Irish monasteries quietly carried the torch of learning through what others would later call the Dark Ages. But to the monks, there was nothing dark in their daily work, only light, the kind that burned slowly from within. Pilgrims and scholars from faraway lands began to hear whispers of these sacred places, not grand or gilded, but steadfast, humble, and strangely eternal. Some journeyed by sea, crossing the choppy gray waters of the Irish Sea, while others rode overland, drawn not by wealth or relics, but by rumors of books that had vanished elsewhere but still lived here, in ink and parchment, carefully guarded by men who asked for nothing in return. These visitors arrived at stone walls lined with ivy, gates that creaked softly as they opened, and courtyards where herbs grew in neatly tended beds. They were met not with fanfare, but with quiet hospitality. A warm bowl of broth, a place to rest, and if deemed sincere, permission to enter the library itself. The books were not on display, not laid out for show, but brought forth by monks with steady hands and steady hearts. There were no catalogs, no systems like we know today. Instead, memory guided them. They knew which monk had copied which volume, which shelf held which language, which text was most fragile and needed the gentlest care. Some visitors wept when they saw these books, not because they were beautiful, though they were, but because they had believed them lost forever. There, in a small wooden room, smelling of wax and wool and time, they saw the words of Plato, of Cicero, of early Christian thinkers, long thought buried. They read the Psalms in Irish script, illuminated with curling vines and golden halos. They traced the lines of the Gospels written in uncial hand, each letter standing upright like a monk in prayer. The Irish scribes did not merely copy, they often embellished, not to distract, but to honor. Margins were filled with delicate drawings of birds and beasts, symbols of spiritual meaning or simply reflections of the world around them. Sometimes a fish, sometimes a fox, sometimes a man. Rowing a boat across an invisible sea. The pages came alive, not in a loud way, but in a gentle whisper, a murmur of reverence. And the visitors, priests, scholars, and wanderers alike, often left with tears in their eyes and parchment in their satchels, carrying with them small fragments of light to corners of the world that had grown dim. The monks did not keep score. They simply returned to their desks, to their prayers, to the turning of seasons and pages. Rain still tapped at the windows. Bells still called them to prayer. The rhythm continued. They did not call themselves saviors of knowledge. They were simply men doing what they believed was right, preserving the good, the true, and the beautiful in a world that often forgot to look for such things. Their hands grew stiff with age, their eyes dim with years of reading by lamplight, but still they wrote, and as one scribe laid down his pen for the final time, another would take it up. No speeches, no ceremony, just the quiet passing of a sacred task from one life to another. And in this way, book by book, breath by breath, the ancient monastic libraries of Ireland became not just keepers of knowledge, but silent bridges between the past and the future. In the heart of these Irish monastic communities, beyond the rhythms of ink and scripture, lay a quieter truth, one that was not recorded in the books themselves, but whispered in the way the buildings were built, the gardens arranged, the days shaped like circles rather than lines. The monasteries were more than places of prayer or writing. They were living worlds designed around stillness and devotion, where every stone seemed placed not just for function, but for peace. The library was not always a grand hall. Often it was a small adjoining room to the scriptorium, modest in size but mighty in spirit. Shelves, made from ash or oak, were carefully arranged to avoid the damp seeping in from the thick walls. The smell was a mix of beeswax, old leather, wool, and dust, the smell of quiet time itself. Volumes were wrapped in cloth when not in use, and when they were taken out, it was with two hands, always with two hands, as if carrying something more than a book. The monks who worked closest with the text were not chosen for status, but for temperament. It took not just skill, but a kind of temperament that welcomed repetition, precision, and solitude. Not all monks copied. Some farmed, some cooked, some tended to the ill or taught young novices the basics of Latin and prayer. But those who copied, the scribes, were trusted deeply, for theirs was the role of remembering. Their days were long and slow. They did not complain. To them, the act of inscribing letters was no less sacred than kneeling in a chapel. And over time, they grew to know not only the words they wrote, but the texture of the parchment, the way a certain quill might angle just slightly differently than another, or how the ink might bleed more in winter than in spring. This intimacy with materials gave their work a quiet consistency, a voice that did not vary even as generations passed. And outside their workrooms, life moved gently. In the gardens, herbs were planted in circular beds: lavender, sage, thyme, chamomile, each with its purpose not just for healing, but for calming the senses. Bees buzzed lazily in the sunlight. Stone paths were swept clean, not because anyone demanded it, but because care was a habit, not an order. Meals were taken in silence, not as punishment, but as practice, allowing the mind to settle with the body, to digest not just food, but the mood of the day. When guests were welcomed into the monastery, they too were invited to join the rhythm, not forced, not hurried, simply guided into it. Some stayed a night, some stayed a year, some never left, and all who came left changed. Not by dramatic revelations, but by something smaller, softer, and far more lasting. A stillness that lingered, a sense that time need not be fought, but followed. That in slowness there was clarity, that in simplicity there was more than enough. These truths were not written in any one book, but they lived between the lines of every page. And though centuries would pass and kingdoms would rise and fall, the memory of this slowness, this discipline, this love for the written word, crafted letter by letter in the cold stone rooms of Ireland, would ripple quietly through time, like the sound of wind through an open window, or the hush that follows the turning of a page. As generations turned like the worn pages of a long-loved manuscript, the Irish monastic libraries continued their quiet stewardship of wisdom, unaffected by the louder currents of history that rushed beyond their moss-covered walls. The monks were not immune to time, of course. Old age crept slowly into their joints, and the weight of years sat softly on their shoulders. But they moved through their routines as if each gesture were part of a longer echo, something far older than themselves. In some abbeys, new novices arrived as young boys, barely able to write their own names, and were gently guided into the slow rhythm of monastic life. Their early lessons were not rushed. They began by learning to listen, to the wind, to the silence, to the distant ringing of the bell that marked each hour like a breath. They swept floors, trimmed candle wicks, helped in the kitchen, and in time were introduced to the shapes of letters. The alphabet was not taught like arithmetic or grammar. It was revealed slowly, almost reverently, each letter a character, a form, a symbol of something sacred. First the shape, then the sound, then the way it joined with others, and only much later, the meaning. For in these monasteries, meaning was always the last step, never the first. Understanding was not hurried. It was grown, like moss on stone. As the boys matured, they were introduced to the tools of the scribe: quills carved from goose feathers, ink mixed by hand from oak galls and iron salts, parchment scraped and stretched until smooth. These tools were not just instruments. They were bridges between hand and word. No one was allowed to copy texts until they had proven not only their skill, but their patience. Some never did, not because they lacked intelligence, but because they had not yet developed the stillness needed to serve the page. For to copy a sacred text was to become a vessel, not an author. The ego had to step aside. The self had to become transparent. In this way, the scribes became almost invisible, their names rarely written, their labor anonymous, but their influence lasting. The words they wrote traveled slowly at first, from one monastery to another, then across borders, carried in satchels, protected by cloth and prayer. Some were hidden during raids, buried beneath floorboards, or disguised as common ledgers. Others were lost to fire, or to damp, or simply to time. But many survived, their letters still crisp, their meanings still soft, waiting patiently for someone to read them again. And the libraries that held them remained, sometimes abandoned, sometimes rebuilt, but always remembered. Stone arches crumbled but left outlines in the grass. Oak shelves rotted but left their imprint in the dust. And wherever a fragment of a book was found, in a chest, in a ruin, in a forgotten drawer, the hands that had once shaped it seemed to reach across the centuries, gently reminding us that the most enduring legacies are often the quietest. That words written in solitude can echo longer than those shouted in crowds. That a life spent copying one sentence, again and again, can shape the world more deeply than 1,000 speeches. And so the monks copied, taught, and lived, not for glory, not for credit, but for something harder to name, a kind of love, a kind of faith, a kind of peace that moved more slowly than history, but more surely too. As the quiet centuries unfolded and the world beyond the monasteries shifted through cycles of kings and conquests, famine and fortune, the Irish monastic libraries continued their work as if time itself had agreed to move more slowly within their walls. There was no rush in these stone sanctuaries, no alarm bells or urgency, only the steady unfolding of each day, each season, each handwritten line. Outside, empires clashed, new tongues rose, trade routes opened and collapsed, and technologies changed the way people lived. But inside the monasteries, the daily rhythm remained much the same as it had been for generations. The bell tolled, meals were taken, psalms were sung, and the scribes continued to write. One of the less often spoken truths about these libraries was their sense of memory. Not just written memory, but physical memory held within the very spaces and gestures of the monks who inhabited them. A wooden bench worn smooth by 100 years of sitting, a shelf marked by candle smoke, a corner where the sun fell just so each afternoon, warming the leather-bound covers of books copied long ago. The monks did not need grand halls or elaborate furniture. The simplicity of their libraries reflected their understanding of wisdom, not something to be hoarded or displayed, but quietly tended, like a low flame that must be shielded from wind. Some monasteries were more isolated than others, perched on windswept cliffs or nestled deep in mossy valleys, where fog rolled in every morning and lifted slowly by midday. These places were difficult to reach, and that was part of their strength. Travelers who came had to be patient. They often arrived weary, soaked from rain or chapped by wind, and were greeted not with fanfare, but with warm bread, a woolen cloak, and silence. In the libraries of such places, the books were often few but precious. One might find a single volume of Virgil, copied slowly over months, sitting beside a hand-illuminated psalter. There were no duplicates, no excess. Each book was known, remembered, cherished. And because each volume had been copied by hand, there were small imperfections, human marks. An extra space here, a faded line there, a decorative flourish in the margin when the scribe's spirit felt light. These details were not flaws, but signatures of a living text. A monk might recognize another's hand by the angle of a letter or the way a particular saint's name was abbreviated. And in this way, the library was not just a place of reading, but a quiet conversation across time, held not in speech, but in script. These connections were felt most keenly during winter, when the nights grew long and candles burned for hours in the cold stone rooms. In that flickering light, surrounded by the faint smell of ink and wool, a young monk might run his finger along a passage copied a century earlier and feel, for a brief moment, that he was not alone, that the scribe who came before him, though long gone, had left behind a thread, not just of knowledge, but of care. And so the tradition endured, not out of obligation, but out of a deep, almost sacred affection, for words, for silence, for the act of preserving what might otherwise be lost. These libraries were not famous in their time. Most were not even known outside their immediate region, but their influence, like the soft dripping of water that hollows stone, was slow, steady, and lasting. They reminded the world that knowledge need not be loud, that reverence can be practiced quietly, that to copy a single sentence with love is to defy the forgetting of the world. And in doing so, the monks gave us not only their words, but their way of seeing. Among the many elements that gave the Irish monastic libraries their enduring character, perhaps none was more quietly profound than the relationship the monks had with time. Not time measured by ticking clocks or loud chimes, but a subtler rhythm shaped by the sun, the seasons, and the breath-like cycle of work and rest, prayer and stillness. In these libraries, nothing was rushed. The turning of a page was not a thoughtless gesture, but a delicate transition, as if each sheet carried with it the weight of history, the scent of the hands that made it, and the silence of those who had read it before. Even the act of shelving a book was deliberate. The shelves were few, the books precious, and their placement was often remembered by heart. There were no catalogs in the modern sense. The monks knew where each manuscript belonged, not because of labels or codes, but because they lived with them, knew their bindings, their scent, the feel of their parchment, and the stories etched into their worn leather covers. Many volumes were copied over decades, and then recopied again by younger hands when the original pages began to fade. Each generation left its faint signature, often just a line at the end, a prayer, a note of thanks, or a short remark about the completion of the work. One scribe might write, "May he who reads this remember the one who wrote it," and another, centuries later, might answer quietly in the margin, "I do." These humble notes, these soft voices echoing across time, gave the libraries a sense of warmth not usually associated with cold stone and ink. They were not merely repositories of learning, they were living testaments to care. It was not uncommon for a monk, late in life, to revisit books he had copied in his youth, running his finger along the lines he had once written with steady hands, now shaking with age. Sometimes he would whisper the words aloud, not to recite them, but to remember himself through them. Memory in these places was not something stored, it was something lived. And the books were not objects of ownership or pride, but of trust. They were borrowed from the past to serve the future, with the present acting only as a careful steward. In times of invasion or political unrest, monks would carry these books away in sacks, hidden beneath robes, or sealed in clay jars and buried under chapel floors. Some were lost to fire, others to decay, but many were preserved, thanks not to great armies or institutions, but to the quiet devotion of ordinary men who believed that truth deserved to survive, even if no one noticed it at the time. The landscape around the monasteries played a quiet role in this preservation too. The moist Irish air, the stone construction, the moss that crept along the edges of windows and steps, all of it formed a cradle in which the manuscripts rested. Nature did not fight the libraries, it embraced them, softened their walls, hushed their halls, and held their secrets in green silence. As travelers passed through these lands, they might see only ruins or hear only stories, but beneath the crumbled archways and behind the worn door frames, a quieter story remained. One written in thousands of patient hours, in letters formed by flickering light, and in the steadfast belief that even in a changing world, some things were worth preserving simply because they were beautiful, because they were wise, and because they whispered to something deep within us that still longs for stillness, for depth, and for something made with care. As the centuries wore on, and the tides of history shifted across Europe with growing momentum, the quiet monastic libraries of Ireland became even more precious, fragile islands of preservation amid an ocean of unrest. The age of the great Irish monasteries eventually began to fade, not in a sudden collapse, but in a slow dissolving, like ink soaking into old linen, spreading thinly until it was no longer visible. Viking raids had come and gone. Some abbeys were rebuilt, others abandoned. But it was not only raiders that altered the fate of these sacred spaces. Over time, the very world around them began to speak a different language. The centers of learning shifted to cities. Universities rose, printing presses hummed in workshops, and books multiplied at a pace that made the slow scribe's labor feel almost like a memory. And yet, in those quiet valleys and windswept hills, the libraries still breathed. Not loudly, not with crowds or scholars, but in the soft shuffle of a monk's sandals, in the echo of footsteps across old stone, in the brushing of fingers against bindings that had survived fire and frost. The knowledge contained within those books had long since seeped into the minds of generations, spreading quietly across Europe and beyond. The ideas of ancient philosophers, the structure of language, the echoes of old poems and hymns, all had traveled from these humble halls into the broader world, sometimes without ever being traced back to the hand that had copied them. There was no need for recognition. The monks had never sought it. Their task was not to be remembered, but to remember. And this they had done, day after day, winter after winter, as candles flickered and parchment curled. There is something almost weightless about this kind of legacy. It cannot be measured in monuments or fame. It lives in the tone of a translated sentence, in the phrasing of an idea that once slept in Latin script upon vellum. It lives in the survival of a single manuscript that weathered centuries of damp and neglect, rescued not by power or wealth, but by quiet hands that believed in its worth. And though many of the libraries eventually crumbled, overtaken by time, war, or simply disuse, their essence endured. A lone scriptorium may have become a barn, a chapel, a pile of stones, yet somewhere beneath the soil, the spirit of careful preservation remained, like the lingering scent of ink that never quite leaves the page. In some rare places, the libraries themselves were rediscovered, manuscripts tucked in behind stones, or layered beneath church floors, hidden from sight but never quite forgotten. Scholars would later marvel at their beauty, at the illuminated letters, the gold leaf, the intricate designs winding through margins like vines in bloom. But what impressed most was not the decoration, but the dedication. The sense that each page had been formed not in haste or obligation, but with a slowness that bordered on prayer. A kind of love lived there, not the loud, passionate kind, but a steady devotion to truth, to language, to the simple act of copying what mattered. This was not just history, it was a way of being, a belief that quiet things can last, that care is a form of strength, that the soul of a civilization might be carried forward not by its armies or wealth, but by the ones who wrote while others shouted, who tended to silence while the world rushed past. And so, even now, when we think of those ancient monastic libraries, we do not hear noise. We hear turning pages, distant bells, soft wind across heather. We remember not names, but gestures, and we are reminded, gently, that slowness is not weakness, and that some of the most powerful legacies in human history were written in the hush between morning and night. In the end, the story of the ancient monastic libraries of Ireland is not one of grandeur or spectacle, but of continuity, a quiet endurance that lives not in stone, but in the spaces between. These were places where time unfolded like a soft breath, where knowledge was not hurried, but carried gently forward by hands that expected no reward. Even as the world grew louder, faster, and more intricate, there remained something elemental in these old rooms. The soft glow of candlelight reflecting on smooth parchment, the creak of a stool beneath a scribe who had sat in that same posture for decades, the distant sound of a bell signaling the close of another silent hour. These libraries were not built to impress, but to last, not to dominate, but to serve. And so, long after the monks who built them had passed into obscurity, long after the rain wore down the walls and ivy crept across empty arches, their presence lingered, in the manuscripts preserved in great collections far from their origins, in the ideas that survived only because they were copied with care, and in the reverence still felt by those who walk among the ruins today, sensing the hush that once held so much meaning. There is a unique stillness to those ruined abbeys now, a silence layered with memory. You might visit them and find nothing more than scattered stones and mossy ground. And yet, if you stand long enough, if the wind quiets and the sun moves just right, you might imagine the shelves once filled, the monks once seated, the pages once turned by patient fingers. You might feel the invisible threads connecting those long-ago moments to this present one. Because while buildings fall and names are forgotten, the care that once defined a life's work leaves traces far beyond the reach of time. That is what the libraries gave us. Not just the text they saved, but the example they offered. That preservation is a form of devotion, that to nurture something slowly is to honor it more deeply than hurried use ever could. In our modern world, with its digital archives and endless noise, the memory of these places invites us to pause, to consider that perhaps not everything valuable must be fast or loud. Perhaps what we most need is a return to the rhythm of the scribes, to rise early, to light a candle, to take the time to shape each word with intention, to believe again in the dignity of slowness. And so, as we bring this story to its close, imagine the last light of day falling upon a wooden writing desk, the last lines of a passage being gently formed with ink, the scribe leaning back and exhaling, not with pride, but with peace. The book is placed carefully on the shelf. Another day's work is done. The room grows dim. Outside, the wind whispers softly through stone and grass. The library sleeps, as it has for centuries, holding the breath of all who once believed that silence, patience, and reverence are not just virtues, but forms of love. And perhaps, as you listen now, eyes heavy and breath slow, you too carry a piece of that quiet world within you, a reminder that even in stillness, something beautiful can be preserved. Thank you for listening all the way to the end. By now, you're probably already drifting in a deep, peaceful sleep. May your rest be gentle, and when you wake, may you feel refreshed, healthy, and ready to grow a little more in whatever path you're walking. Until then, I'll see you again in the next sleep. Good night.